The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. Pursuant to the order of the House.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 12, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the two parties with time equally allotted between the two parties and each member of the other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate extend beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Excuse me. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand before this room to hold this Supreme Court in contempt. This Supreme Court that is wildly out of step with both precedent and public opinion. This Supreme Court, which through its terrible lack of judgment, both in chambers and on luxury vacations, has lost the faith of the American people. This extremist Supreme Court, through its affirmative action decision, has reaffirmed the entrenched power of the wealthy elite who pay for their luxury vacations while at the same time pulling the rug out from under millions of minority students who have excelled despite adversity and who strive to attain the American dream and who seek to help their communities. I'd like to talk about the real life and death consequences of this decision, the collateral damage these justices have inflicted. Because in this country, Black women have a maternal and infant mortality rate 3 times that of their white peers, while the rate of African American medical residents entering OBGYN programs has been declining. The mortality rates for Black mothers and their babies in the United States rivals those of many third world countries. What happens to our nation's shameful infant and maternal mortality rate when fewer Black doctors are entering the field able to recognize and combat the biases that lead to such misery? How many mothers will bear the burden of burying their newborn because some faceless organization engaged the Supreme Court in its radical politics to uphold white supremacy? And how many young mothers will be ripped away from their children and their husbands due to the perceived slights of fragile men in Black robes? These decisions have consequences. Right now, just 4% of psychologists are Black. At a time when suicide rates are climbing among Black children, what is the consequence for a generation of Black children when a generation of culturally competent Black therapists and counselors disappears? How many American families will be destroyed because the help their children needed was not available due to the extreme decisions of unaccountable, reckless political actors? Something tells me these questions were not top of the mind for Justice Samuel Alito or Clarence Thomas. They're making decisions not based on honest interpretation of the Constitution, but on their own radical ideology. They are a captured, unelected arm of the extreme right wing of the Republican Party. The American people recognize this and have lost faith in their ability to pass judgment impartially. This decision is not just about who gets to go to school. It's about who lives and dies and who is left to pick up the pieces. We must reform the Supreme Court, and balancing it through expansion is a critical response to the crisis we experience. With that, I yield. Thank you, Madam.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a fallen Indiana State Trooper, Aaron Smith. He was tragically killed in the line of duty just last month. Trooper Smith of Whiteland, Indiana, served his fellow Hoosiers as both a state trooper and a sergeant in the Indiana National Guard. We will never forget Trooper Smith's service and sacrifice to our Indiana community and our entire nation, and I want to offer my deepest condolences to his family and friends. He was a hero. May Trooper Smith, as well as all our fallen officers, rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Elizabeth Kuhn, Indiana's 6th Congressional Gold Medalist. Elizabeth resides in Bargersville, Indiana, and is currently a student at Cardinal Christian Academy Home School. She earned the prestigious Congressional Gold Medal for completing over 400 hours of community service, dedicating 200 hours to learning how to run a small business, improving her fitness by running 5Ks, and attending an expedition in Colorado. Congratulations, Elizabeth. Madam Speaker, on June 25th, numerous thunderstorms in central Indiana developed into tornadoes with damaging wind and large hail. I'd like to offer my sincerest condolences and prayers to those impacted by the storms, as well as thank our brave first responders who have never failed to respond and put their lives on the line for us. God bless our first responders. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize my 6th District Agriculture Advisory Board. Indiana's ag industry is essential to America's ag success, and Hoosier farmers are at the backbone of America. Therefore, I'll always make sure to consult my Ag Advisory Board on all issues affecting the agriculture industry, especially as Congress looks towards the 2023 Farm Bill reauthorization. I want to thank this fine group of 15 Hoosier farmers for all their insight, and it was great to see them again in June. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about my recent visit to the Columbus, Indiana Fire Department. During the visit, I spoke with Fire Chief Lay and was able to see the department's training operations taking place right there in the 6th District. Thank you to all our first responders for the work they do, and may we never forget that they are putting their lives online every single day. God bless everyone at the Columbus Fire Department, and God bless all the fire departments in the Indiana 6th District. Madam Speaker, I rise today to offer my sincere thanks to Centerstone Health Services. I recently had the opportunity to visit Centerstone in Columbus, Indiana, and learn about their great work providing behavioral and mental health care, addiction treatment, and crisis services. Centerstone operates 25 clinics and over 500 residential or supportive housing units, serving about 30,000 patients in my district. Still more needs to be done to expand access care for those suffering from mental illness. Medicaid's outdated IMD exclusion serves as a barrier preventing most access to care for the most vulnerable in our communities. Unfortunately, without treatment, these individuals find themselves on the streets, in jails, or of course worse. I urge my colleagues to work together and remove the IMD exclusion. Madam Speaker, I rise today to raise my concerns about skyrocketing crime in Indianapolis, Indiana. In just the past 2 years, 497 people were killed in homicides in that city. This is the city's deadliest number on record. This is the direct result of the Democrats' soft-on-crime policies, reckless bail reform efforts, and of course their defund police rhetoric. Hoosiers and the American people deserve better. It's long past time for the Biden administration, the Indianapolis mayor's office, and congressional Democrats to join us in cracking down on crime to help make our streets safe again. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the amazing life and as the New York Times put it, the outsized career of Richard Ravage, who passed away 2 weeks ago. A lawyer, a builder, a public servant extraordinaire, Lieutenant Governor of New York. He ran the subway system. The Times obituary labeled Dick the rescuer of New York. As someone who had to work with him, I can attest he was that and much, much more. He was a tireless student of government. He sought to understand its inner workings, and he would be quick to share his insights with others. His was a strong voice for thoughtful, sound, creative policy. Those skills are what enabled him to work to rescue the subway in a dire time. in New York to improve municipal finance in that city, unscrambled New York State finances, helped Detroit and Puerto Rico navigate bankruptcy. He was a respected, successful businessman, pioneered integrated public housing. He was an advisor to organized labor, involved with Major League Baseball, and along with his friend Paul Volcker, an outspoken advocate for public finance and sound state and local budgeting. Well into his 80s, he was still teaching at Yale Law School. He seemed to know everyone and have a story or two that involved each. He displayed a vast memory and boundless energy. He was a practitioner of the political art at the highest level. He spent his final months keenly focused on the upcoming election for Congress. He invested untold hours and significant resources helping men and women make their way politically. Dick was a proud member of the governing wing of the Democratic Party. He never ceased to amaze me with the breadth of his interest, expertise, and skill. He was a master woodworker, and his Central Park apartment was filled with amazing pieces that he had crafted. Dick took great pride in his family. His sons, Michael and Joey, his marriage to Kathy Doyle brought three stepdaughters into the family. There were 13 grandchildren, a tremendous source of pride and joy to Dick. I was lucky to call him a friend and mentor. His biography, So Much to Do, should be required reading for everyone who would be a public servant, an elected official, indeed anyone who takes their citizenship seriously. Even though it was written a decade ago, anyone who cares about government and the civic fabric has much to learn from Dick's life, story, and his many accomplishments. I, along with countless others, benefited immensely from Dick's friendship, mentorship, and wisdom. His passing is a significant loss to New York City, New York State, and I would say for the country. But his life indeed was a blessing. The lessons he left us and the leaders he helped shape will carry on his legacy for generations to come.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, since taking the majority in the House in January, Republicans have been consistently holding hearings to conduct oversight and demand accountability of the Biden administration when it comes to the humanitarian crisis at our southern border. For years now, sensible Republicans have done everything they can to offer solutions to this humanitarian crisis in an effort to halt illegal immigration, but have been met with opposition by those on the other side of the aisle that prefer the open border policies of this president and his administration. Unfortunately, despite these repeated attempts to bring this administration to the table to enact sensible immigration reform, which the American people support, President Biden has done the opposite. In fact, in President Biden's first 100 days in office, he took 94 executive actions on immigration, perhaps none as costly as halting the construction of the southern border wall. He also ended the Remain in Mexico program, which had proven to be a successful deterrent at the border. Now the good people at the Customs and Border Protection, who are working hard under strenuous circumstances to protect our borders, have seized over 17,000 pounds of fentanyl in fiscal year 2023, including a 14% increase in the month of April alone compared to the prior month. In addition to these alarming figures, so far in fiscal year 2023, 96 people were stopped attempting to cross the southern border whose names could be found on the terror watch list. To put this into perspective, during the entire last fiscal year, there were only 98 arrests, and that was more than in fiscal years 2017 through 2021 combined. Madam Speaker, it is clear to the American people that President Biden's Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security is directly responsible for this abhorrent failure. That's why, much to my regret, I have no choice but to continue my call for impeaching Secretary Mayorkas, and with the hope that the Biden administration will go ahead and replace him with someone willing to actually take on the task of securing our border. At the very least, the appropriate House committees must begin considering and debating impeachment articles. Madam Speaker, one of the most rewarding opportunities I am afforded as a member of Congress is getting to welcome new citizens into the United States who have recently been naturalized. I repeatedly take the time to point out the perseverance and dedication it takes to become a U.S. citizen the legal and right way. It goes without saying, these folks will forever be able to hold their heads high, knowing that they respected our laws even before they became a citizen of this great country. I will also add that because of my familiarity with this process and seeing what so many have to endure to come here legally, I have one more reason out of many to fight against illegal immigration. That's why I will continuously demand the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas uphold our immigration laws and engage in House Republicans' oversight efforts until the American people can be confident the administration is following the laws that govern immigration in this country. I ask all members of Congress to join me in demanding accountability from President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, and with that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dr. George M. Hampton. Dr. Hampton passed away late last month at the age of 95, and I was honored to have met this stalwart Virginia leader. In the days since his passing, I've heard directly from many in the Prince William County community about his outsized role in standing up for fair political representation. I've heard about his service as a mentor to the next generation of leaders, and the community has celebrated what a dedicated man he was in his professional and personal life to the service of others in his community. Dr. Hampton truly lived his values, one of which was education. He received his Bachelor's of Science degree from North Carolina A&T University, a Master's of Science degree from Virginia State University, and a Doctor of Arts in Education from the University of Central Arizona. Dr. Hampton then dedicated himself to educating the next generation as an adjunct professor of psychology at the Far East Division of the University of Maryland, as well as an adjunct professor of human relations at Pepperdine University. Dr. Hampton also valued service to country. He served for more than 2 decades in the United States Army, fulfilling various command and staff assignments and spending 4 years as an assistant professor of military science at Virginia State University. He was awarded the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star, and the Army Commendation Medal during his military service, and he retired from the Army in 1971 as a lieutenant colonel. Following his retirement from the military, Dr. Hampton held many positions that allowed him to have a hand in shaping future leaders, both within and outside of military service. One such role was as co-director of the Marine Corps Leadership and Human Relations Institute in San Diego, California, where he helped train leadership instructors for the formal schools at Quantico in Virginia's 7th District and other major installations. Throughout decades of service to the Commonwealth of Virginia, Dr. Hampton was appointed by both Democrats and Republicans to hold various notable positions. In 1982, Governor Charles Robb appointed him to the Virginia Parole Board. Reappointed by Governor Gerald Baliles, he served on this board until 1990. In 1995, Governor George Allen appointed him to a 4-year term on the State Board of Elections, where he served as vice chairman until January 1999. In July 2003, then Governor Mark Warner appointed him as a member of the Board of Visitors at Virginia State University, where he served until July 2007. He was also a member of the Virginia State University Foundation. Dr. Hampton was appointed to serve on the Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court Citizens Advisory Council, as well as the Prince William County representative to the Board of Directors of Northern Virginia Community College. As a 47-year resident of Prince William County, Dr. Hampton played an active role in his community. He was a proud founding member of the Pi Lambda Lambda chapter of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. For 7 years, from 1975 to 1982, Dr. Hampton served as the political advisor to the Prince William County branch of the NAACP. Dr. Hampton was a member of the Disabled American Veterans Organization, Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, Korean Veterans, Military Association, Military Officer Association of America, and the Fellowship Club of Prince William County. The impact Dr. Hampton had on his community is clear, leading him to become the namesake of the George M. Hampton Foundation. Sponsored by the Pi Lambda Lambda chapter of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated and founded on the idea of helping those in need throughout Prince William County and surrounding communities, the foundation provides thousands of dollars in scholarship to local high school students each year. And on top of decades of committed service of his own, one of his greatest attributes was his desire to recognize the service of others. He was one of the originators of the Prince William County Walk of Fame, permanent granite plaques recognizing the accomplishments of community servants across the county. And I have been proud to join in celebrating his legacy as a pioneer in remembering Black history and culture in Prince William County and across the Commonwealth. For years, long before we recognized Juneteenth as a federal holiday, Dr. Hampton celebrated the holiday in his own backyard, and I was overjoyed to have the opportunity to celebrate with him Juneteenth last year. Perhaps one of his proudest accomplishments, he served as a living inspiration and role model to Virginia students, attending the school in Dale City named in his honor. Dr. Hampton met with students of George M. Hampton Middle School regularly. He shared his stories, his memories, historic moments of his life in Virginia, and he offered them encouragement, in addition to raising funds for the school.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Please join me in remembering Dr. Hampton. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to deliver the 22nd installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series to discuss Congress' willingness to invest in agriculture research, which supports our nation's food security and ultimately our national security. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, for every public dollar spent, agriculture research returns $20 benefit to the economy. Despite this, federal funding for ag research has declined in real dollars over the past 2 decades. When you take a bird's eye view of our investment in agriculture research, you see that the impact of the investment is much larger than initially seems. This isn't just about new laboratories and equipment. This is about a vision for the world where America is the undisputed leader in food science technology. It's just like when we invest in international food aid and the return is staggering. We feed hungry people with American commodities, but we also stop wars before they start and create new international trading partners. Ag research investment is the same story. The impact is wide-reaching and the return on investment is enormous. Just a few months ago, the U.S. Department of Agriculture officially opened its new state-of-the-art National Bio and Agri-Defense facility in my home state of Kansas, where scientists will conduct research into serious animal disease threats. It will be an important backstop in protecting our nation's food supply. I'm proud to have this facility in my district and right down the street from my alma mater, Kansas State University School of Veterinary Medicine and the Biosecurity Research Institute, creating a scientific hub that will lead the world in agriculture research and health. In Congress, I'm proud to represent Kansas State University, the first land-grant university created under the Morrill Act, and also Haskell Indian Nations University, which was granted land-grant status by an act of Congress in 1994. The idea for land-grant universities was originally proposed in the 1850s to educate students and increase agriculture expertise and U.S. productivity. Over the years, these universities have surpassed that original vision and now represent the cutting edge of the agriculture research that supports food security around the globe. The faculty, staff, and students at K-State and Haskell have made it clear that we must support agriculture research, development, and innovation. When we do so, agriculture producers in the U.S. and abroad gain access to the technologies that increase their production even when challenges arise. Earlier this summer, I co-introduced the Augmenting Research and Educational Sites to Ensuring Agriculture Remains Cutting Edge and Helpful Act, or the Ag Research Act. This legislation would address the deferred maintenance at agriculture research facilities to ensure that America remains the world leader in research and innovation, instead of bowing to our adversaries and our competitors. Our work cannot stop here. Congress must also make strong investments in leveraging public-private partnerships to support research addressing the biggest food and agriculture challenges and quickly react to any research shortfall. I look forward to working with members of this Congress to ensure that this Farm Bill prioritizes research and innovation. I'll be back on the floor soon to deliver another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and highlight more programs and titles within the bill that I believe Congress must understand and support to ensure that agriculture continues to thrive right here in America. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we prepare to consider the National Defense Authorization Act, it is vital that we continue robust support for the United States Navy's submarine program. In recent years, we have seen that the world is still a dangerous place. Authoritarian actors all across the world pose a threat to the United States, to our democratic allies, and to peaceful people across the world. And against that backdrop, America's submarine fleet is one of the most important advantages that we have in our vital work to make the world safe for democracy. Vessels like the Virginia-class fast attack submarines and the upcoming Columbia-class ballistic missile submarines are powerful and difficult for our enemies to detect. And that makes them an essential deterrent that keeps our would-be adversaries from committing acts of aggression. As we work on the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, it is imperative that we continue to fund production of the Virginia and Columbia-class vessels at the Pentagon's recommended levels, and that we also invest in the workforce training, housing, and additional support for the thousands of tradesmen and women in Rhode Island and across the country who are building these ships. In that spirit, I urge all of my colleagues to approve the amendment that I have submitted to direct the Department of Defense to study and implement strategies for expanding access to affordable housing for tradesmen and women involved in Navy shipbuilding. President Franklin Roosevelt once said that for the world to be safe, America must be an arsenal of democracy. Those words continue to be true today, particularly when it comes to our vital naval submarine program. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to encourage the continued support for H.R. 1734, the Trank Research Act, which passed the House earlier this year. Fentanyl and other deadly substances are being seized at record levels by our law enforcement officers. And so far, in fiscal year 2023, the Border Patrol intercepted 20,000 pounds of fentanyl. That's enough to kill 4.6 billion people. Now, that's an incredible amount of deadly drugs, and it doesn't include the dangerous opioid analogs such as xylazine, which are becoming far more common and are a challenge to identify even in the field. Xylazine, also called Trank, or the zombie drug, is a veterinary tranquilizer and fentanyl analog that is wreaking havoc on American communities. And it's also putting our law enforcement at risk. According to the DEA, over the past 2 years, the southern and western United States have experienced over a 100% increase in Xylanol encounters. This is a very concerning trend. Trank earned the name zombie drug because it kills human tissue, and it is also resistant to opioid overdose treatments. So our federal and law enforcement officers are working hard to keep our communities safe, and they're doing it at great personal risk. And they need the tools to identify these drugs in order to stay safe and encounter them in the field. That's why 25 of my colleagues and I introduced the Trank Research Act. This common sense legislation directs the National Institute of Standards and Technology to conduct research on the detection and handling of the newest, most dangerous synthetic opioids. Detection capabilities will extend to police officers, Border Patrol agents, and other first responders so they are better equipped to stem the flow of this deadly drug that is coming into our country and also keep them safe while they're doing it. Our bills passed this House unanimously in May, and the Senate returned it in June with minor amendments that I support. I urge you today to take up the amended Trank Research Act quickly so that we can send it to the President's desk. Let's deliver again for the American people and get this crucial legislation signed back into law. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House. A senator from Alabama is now many months into a blockade of all the generals and admirals in our military who are scheduled to advance in their leadership. This is no longer just a political statement from him. This is a national security issue for all of us. He has taken a personal crusade and made it an impediment to our entire military. We are at 250 nominations blocked so far. By the end of this year, it'll be 650. These are our military's top leaders. The notion that all of these positions should remain vacant because one senator objects to the Defense Department's travel policy regarding service members who get an abortion is a perfect example of letting culture war politics impact our military. This year, we have been treated to countless speeches about whether politics has infected our military and whether that has impacted its readiness. And now, the single clearest example of culture war politics colliding with our military is this blockade of our top military leaders. A blockade built by one man in defense not of our nation, but of his politics on the issue of abortion. The clearest price yet was paid this week as the leader of the Marine Corps retired. And then Congress tried to replace him with his appointed successor, General Eric Smith, and the senator from Alabama blocked that replacement. The Marine Corps is now without a confirmed leader since the first time since 1910. Up next, we have several members of the Joint Chiefs with scheduled retirements, including the chair of the Joint Chiefs. Half of those positions will be vacant by the end of this year if the senator from Alabama decides to maintain his blockade. Asked about this, the senator from Alabama expresses indifference. He says everything will be fine, and he's wrong. We have leaders in place for a reason. When they're not there and crisis strikes, we get chaos. We are the world's most powerful nation, and when one senator chooses to sideline hundreds of nominations for military leaders, he chooses to reduce our power knowingly, willfully, and in the face of our enemies who are delighted by the self-inflicted wound. When in doubt, act in a way that frustrates your enemy. This does the opposite. I respect everyone's sincere belief on matters of culture and policy that does not extend to respecting any and all tactics in pursuit of those goals. Those who disagree with the Defense Department, as the senator does, do their cause a disservice by adopting extreme tactics that carry with them such collateral damage. The senator from Alabama is in his first term in Congress, as I am. He is in the minority party in his chamber, as I am. I have lost several battles here. I will lose several more. But when you can't get something done that you very much care about, How you conduct yourself in that moment matters. And even people who don't follow politics every day can tell the difference between standing on principle and a very powerful man throwing a temper tantrum. I think he sees that there is no endgame where this tactic works. He is now all the way out on a limb. That limb is starting to crack. I don't think he knows quite yet what to do. I've been in the military a long time. One of the things you learn is that hopeless strategies produce disastrous results. The strong move for him is to change course, not to recommit to a path that will lead to nothing except chaos and danger for our country, as 7 former secretaries of defense from both administrations strongly agree. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Feels like every week that the House Oversight Committee uncovers more evidence of wrongdoing by the President and his family. I've seen thousands of pages of suspicious activities reports at the Treasury, the FD 1023 form from the FBI, and piles of evidence that suggests bribery and influence peddling. All of this is hidden from the American people by a brazenly corrupt two-tiered justice system and a complete media blackout on the subject. Bribery and foreign influence peddling strike at the heart of our democratic principles. It corrodes the very foundations of our nation and fosters an environment where personal gain takes precedence over our duty to the American people. It's the responsibility of each and every one of us to demand answers and to hold the President accountable. It's outrageous that just last month the DOJ announced a sweetheart plea deal for Hunter Biden that would absolve him of any future charges with the foreign bribery and influence peddling schemes that we have just started to unravel at the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. On the very same day this plea deal was announced, Biden's DOJ went after President Trump. It's a joke. This is something you'd expect to see in a tin-pot third world dictatorship. What's even worse is the complete media blackout on any of the evidence that we've uncovered here. We used to hail the free press in America as the fourth estate. Journalists used to pride themselves on uncovering corruption. The American people have a right to know about potential wrongdoing by their elected leaders and their associates and their families. They deserve a media that fearlessly investigates and reports on matters that impact the foundations of our democracy. These allegations that are not taken seriously by the DOJ or the media, they have a very real impact on the work we do here in this chamber every single day. This week, we're considering the NDAA. House Republicans have included strong language to combat the threat of the Chinese Communist Party. Now, meanwhile, our president and his family have alleged business ties to that same Chinese Communist Party. How can we expect that a president to appropriately represent the interests of the United States if there's a vested interest in seeing our adversaries succeed in their own personal gain? If not for the work of the House Oversight Committee, the American people would be left in the dark, and this is unacceptable. We need every American citizen to speak up and say that it's we the people that run this government, not Joe Biden, not the bureaucrats, and certainly not the Department of Justice. And it's definitely not those in the corrupt legacy media that have put a complete media blackout on this corruption story. We are not going to let this stand. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of 3 amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act, which include language from 3 of my bills: the Burn Pits Registry Enhancement Act, the Reducing Exposure to Burn Pits Act, and the Toxic Exposure Education for Service Members Act. All 3 amendments are bipartisan here in the House as well as in the Senate. And I want to thank my partners and friends here in the House, Republicans, Congressman Wenstrup and Bilirakis, Fighting to ensure our veterans get the care and benefits they have earned and deserve has always been, still is, and will always be a priority of mine. Additionally, all three of these amendments are endorsed by the major veteran service organizations, including Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, Disabled American Veterans, and the Wounded Warrior Project. All three amendments will help care for service members exposed to toxic burn pits. Amendments 460 is my Burn Pits Registry Enhancement Act. It would allow veterans in the Burn Pits Registry to designate someone to update the registry with their cause of death. This data is crucial to further identify the vast array of illnesses that are causing burn pit exposed service members and veterans to die, and it will help doctors recognize early symptoms of life-threatening conditions and save lives. The next amendment, 464, is my Reducing Exposures to Burn Pits Act. It would require the Department of Defense to submit a report to Congress on what the cost would be to get rid of the use of burn pits. So this amendment will get us one step closer to ending the use of dangerous and toxic burn pits to prevent illness. Finally, Amendment 503 is my Toxic Exposure Education for Service Members Act. It would require the Department of Defense to establish a new risk assessment for toxic exposure for service members who are assigned to work near toxic burn pits. This amendment would also require the Department of Defense to establish an outreach program to inform service members about the harms associated with working near toxic exposures. These three amendments all aim to save lives and help prevent exposure to toxic burn pits. They do this by requesting the collection of data in the hopes of catching associated illnesses and conditions faster, educating our service members on the harms associated with them, and forging a path forward to end their use. I have fought for years to bring attention to this issue and devastating toll on our nation's service members and their families. Time and time again, I have come before this body to tell the stories of those whose lives were devastated and forever changed by burn pits. I have told the story of Jennifer Kepner, an Air Force veteran from Cathedral City in my district. Jennifer was an otherwise healthy mother of two who lost her courageous battle with pancreatic cancer, likely caused by exposure to burn pits during her military service. I have told the story of Alejandro Camacho from Palm Desert, who developed testicular cancer from the toxic fumes, particulate matter, and carcinogens he breathed in every day during his service in Iraq. Their stories shed light on the obstacles that veterans across the country have faced and continue to face to get the care and benefits they earn and deserve. It is for Jennifer, Alejandro, and the millions of other veterans suffering from the burn pits exposures that I founded the bipartisan bicameral Congressional Burn Pits Caucus. It is our duty to take care of our veterans who sustained injuries and illnesses while they were fighting for our country. I am encouraged by the steps we have taken to address how we take care of our service members and veterans suffer from toxic exposures. The historic passage of the Honoring Our Pact Act led by Ranking Member Takano will provide generational change, giving care and support to veterans and their families suffering from illnesses due to their toxic exposures. The foundation of the bill was built upon my bill, the Presumptive Benefits for Warfighters Exposed to Burn Pits and Other Toxins Act, which removes the burden from veterans to prove that 23 illnesses or conditions, including various cancers they are suffering from, are due to their service near burn pits. However, there is more to do to prevent toxic exposures from happening, and I will not stop fighting until our service members are safe. I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as the country deals with distractions that are the truth of which is very difficult to get out of the White House or other sources, such as the missing Titanic submarine, when did it actually implode? Couldn't get the truth on that. Or where's the packet of cocaine that came into the White House? Who's responsible for that? Why can't they track that with their massive security systems? Or silliness such as males competing in women's sports and being in women's places like their locker rooms. All these things distract away from their important issues in and of themselves, but they distract from some really important issues that don't get a lot of press,
a lot of coverage these days. Take the situation with Iran and its development of nuclear weapons. Now, that's a very unstable country and one that's a very well-noted sponsor of terror around the world in many areas. So let's harken back a little ways here. Under the Obama administration, everybody remembers that first pallet of cash that was flown into Iran of about $400 million, basically of other currencies, because there were still sanctions at the time that we couldn't send U.S. dollars in there, so it was mainly Swiss francs and euros that were sent in, of a total of about $1.7 billion that was sent in to help sponsor terror that Iran is so good at. So how are we supposed to ask our partners around the world to continue sanctions against Iran, whatever is still left in place, after the JCPOA was put in 2015, to help stop the major sponsor of terror in the world? How are we supposed to continue that? Indeed, the Biden administration has a plan, an idea of sending $17 billion more over there to help prop up their treasury. What in the world are we doing that for? With all the things we need to spend money on in our own country here, and we want to help prop up the treasury of the major state sponsor of terror that Iran is. The JCPOA, agreed to under the Obama administration, has been a complete failure, trying to limit the amount of uranium that they would be refining through their centrifuges. Our understanding is that they have 23 times the stockpiles of these uranium material provided for in the 2015 JCPOA. really adhering to that agreement, enforcing that agreement, it sounds like. And yet we're talking about, at this administration, sending $17 billion more to help prop up their economy and help them do more terror activity. 23 times the stockpiles. So at the point that Iran reaches 90% enrichment on its uranium, Israel's going to have some very important decisions to make, because Israel's already surrounded by a lot of people that don't like them in the Middle East, including Iran. If they get the weapons they need and the ability to deliver them, Israel's going to have some very, very tough decisions to make on preserving themselves, and not getting much of a good signal coming from the current administration in the White House that the United States is going to be there to back up Israel like they need to be. What will that force them to do? Who knows? Probably some very extreme things. I don't blame them, but when the International Atomic Energy Agency can verify that they've reached already 83.7% of enrichment levels of a certain amount of stockpile that Iran has, they're not far from having nuclear weapon-capable materials. When they reach that 90% point, that's generally accepted as nuclear bomb ready. Now, is Iran a stable enough country we can trust them with nuclear bombs? That was what supposedly the whole JCPOA was about, to keep them from getting nuclear weapons. This isn't the Iran of old, where the United States used to at least have a relationship with them, and they had a lot more of a westernized culture with free movement, free activities for women, for many Iranians, pre-1979 and the Ayatollah taking over there. It's still a very unstable country and causes much instability in the world. So the idea of them gaining nuclear weapons very soon, when they reach that 90% mark, puts us all in a pretty perilous position. We're across an entire ocean from the situation there across the Atlantic and such. But our great ally Israel, as well as part of Europe, what are they going to be facing with a nuclear Iran? We better get serious on not sending them $17 billion or more, but putting the sanctions back in place that will bring Iran to its knees and stop this nuclear proliferation and their ability to sponsor terror. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to address one of the very important Supreme Court decisions, which came down in the last couple weeks, and some of the comments that have been made critical of that decision. I'm talking about the one that dealt with a policy now known in the United States as affirmative action. And what that policy does is it gives, as a practical matter, preferences both on the basis of race and gender in university admissions. Actually, the public debate should go beyond that, because in this country, not only do we have a policy in which we try to have certain groups jump ahead of other people based on test scores or grade point average, but we also have preferences, or encourage as a practical matter, preferences in hiring for government jobs, as well as hiring in jobs working for a private organization if that private organization has at least 50 employees and does business with the federal government, and also preferences with regard to government contracting. As a practical matter, we've had these preferences since 1965, so we're talking about things that are 67 years old. I will point out that sometimes, with regard to government contracting, it encourages lying. I've talked to people in my district who talk about their colleagues putting businesses in the name of their wives so they can get the preference for a woman-owned business, even though the guy continues to run the business. My friend doesn't like it because he's an honest person. He refuses to lie, and he doesn't like the fact that people who are lying move ahead of him. He's in the construction field. There are two ideas put forth as to why we need these preferences. One is to undo past injustices from years ago, going all the way back to slavery in the 1860s. And secondly, the idea that somehow we should ask businesses or the government to have a more diverse task force. I'm going to deal with each one of these separately. First of all, with regard to past injustices, the benefits in universities and the benefit in government affirmative action goes to people who were never even in this country. We have to ask ourselves why, if my ancestors came here from, let's say, Peru in the 1990s, why and never experienced a period in this country, assuming there was such a period, in which there's a lot of prejudice, why would we be giving preferences to people who moved here in the 1990s? Or black people who moved here from Jamaica or from the Bahamas in the 1990s, well past the era of Jim Crow, much less well past slavery times. Why would we be giving them preferences? The Biden administration most recently is trying to add another group to get preferences, people from the Middle East or Northern Africa. Why, if someone moves here from Algeria or Syria today, may not even be citizens, why would they be given preferences? What's the underlying rationale? The other thing to point out here is we are giving preferences, or hypothetically preferences, to people who are doing better than the native-born population. And this is something people should remember before they advocate for this, or if they have children or grandchildren making the pitch for this. Right now, the ethnic group in America that is doing the best financially, and money's not the most important thing in life, but nevertheless, that's frequently what we look to when we determine these programs. Indian Americans are the most successful group in America today. Behind that, we have people from China. I think the number 2 group right now is from the Philippines. People from Cuba are doing better than the native-born. According to Thomas Sowell, and this is a book that's somewhat dated, but according to Thomas Sowell, the second generation after people move here from the West Indies, Jamaica, Bahamas, do better than the average American. Given that, like I said, we're dealing with people who came here well past the time of prejudice, and why in the world would we be giving preferences to these people? The next thing I'll point out is some people fall back on the idea of we need a diverse group of students or a diverse workforce. This is kind of a bizarre argument, and it's something people should have to defend. Why, if, let's say, I'm 1/4 Peruvian, I'm not, but let's say for the sake of argument, I'm 1/4 Peruvian, but I've never been to Peru, I don't know a word of Spanish, I've never been to a Spanish-speaking country, why in the world would we be giving me preferences to bring the Peruvian viewpoint to an engineering firm, say? makes no sense at all. I have no connection other than DNA with people are proving. So these are some of the ideas that I think people should have to respond to before they're critical of that decision or people who want this sort of policy to continue. Thank you very much.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the biggest threats we face today as a nation is the threat of the Chinese Communist Party at home and abroad. The fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act includes funding that protects the citizens of the United States from the imminent threat of the Chinese Communist Party. It requires the DoD to notify Congress of collaborative nuclear efforts between China and Russia and assess the cooperation between China and Iran on ICBM technology. This year's NDAA counters aggression from the Chinese Communist Party on every front. It promotes processes for our small businesses to enter the market, to work with the DoD in an effort to continue to grow the American small business economy and onshore manufacturing capacity to the United States. Additionally, the NDAA recognizes the growing threat of the Chinese Communist Party to Taiwan, reaffirming U.S. support of the defense of Taiwan to allow Taiwan to defend itself, and fully funds military exercises with our allies and partners in the Pacific to counter China's growing military expansion. Further, the NDAA protects us at home by building up our cybersecurity capabilities and developing new emerging technologies in AI to help our soldiers defend against threats against our nation, and also with the largest pay raise in over 20 years of 5.2%, barely keeping pace with inflation, to help our enlisted and lower paid service members. Supporting the NDAA is essential in making sure our soldiers and interests abroad are supported and defended to the highest standard, while also making sure that all of us at home in the United States are protected from threats as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, it is estimated that 6 out of 100 people will have PTSD at some point in their lives. Sadly, the incidence of PTSD is higher in veterans and active duty service members. As a doctor, former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, and as a 24-year U.S. Army veteran, the mental, emotional, and physical health of my constituents and fellow veterans is one of my top priorities in Congress. For too long, PSD and other mental or physical ailments have had devastating effects and far too often go untreated. The new FDA guidance that presents considerations for designing clinical trials for psychedelic drugs will give patients and their doctors increased access to effective treatments rather than alternatives such as opioids. That is why I introduced the Veterans Care Act to allow the VA to research the effectiveness of using medical cannabis for chronic mental and physical pain, and why we have held roundtables on emerging breakthrough therapies. I hope others will join me in supporting these novel forms of research that will benefit our heroic veterans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign Lord, whose great strength and outstretched arm made the earth and all who live therein, look out upon your creation and grant us your divine compassion. You show mercy to those you want to, and you harden the hearts of those you choose to harden. Show mercy to the victims of the war in Ukraine. But we ask that you soften the hearts of those in whose power it is to bring peace once again into this war-torn region. How long, O Lord, will you allow innocents to remain subject to the needless violence and ruthless aggression? Are not 500 days long enough? 9,000 deaths loss enough for the Ukrainian people to suffer? How long, O Lord, will you hide from us the just and righteous pathway to peace in the region? And yet, O Lord, you have revealed to us in this interminable war what it means to reach to the depths of faith in the face of hopelessness. No wisdom, no understanding, and not even the most brilliant battle plan can succeed against you, our Lord. For in these promises have the Ukrainians found their font of their strength. You are their strength and shield, the source of their unwavering resilience. Reward them, O God, for their faithfulness in the face of the indiscriminate hostility of their adversary. In their struggle, not just against flesh and blood, not only against powers and principalities of this world, but in the spiritual conflict against the forces of evil rampant in this world, may all who believe in you take up the full armor you provide and find our deliverance in you. In the power of your name, we are bold to pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Now, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to address the House for 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Don Beach, who left a lasting impression on everyone that had the privilege to know him. Dr. Beach dedicated his life to education. His love for the classroom began with teaching science and biology to high school and elementary school students. In 1981, after 8 years at UT Arlington, Dr. Beach joined Tarleton State University as the Dean of the School of Education and Fine Arts. But he could not be kept out of the classroom after returning to full-time teaching as the Professor of Educational Leadership. Today, we're joined by doctoral students from Tarleton State University here on their annual education doctoral trip, originally created by Dr. Beach. His dedication and guidance have inspired the students sitting here today who deeply mourn his absence. Dr. Beach is remembered by many of us as one of the most impactful faculty members in Tarleton history. His contributions to Tarleton, both as a faculty member and as a mentor, will never be forgotten. In God we trust. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week, in the name of, quote, national security, Congress will likely approve a nearly $1 trillion National Defense Authorization Act. But the 35 million Americans who don't know where the next meal is coming from, they won't feel any more secure. Because for struggling families in this country, Republicans are cutting food benefits. And I find it unconscionable that members of Congress are okay cutting programs that help hungry kids like SNAP and WIC, supposedly in the name of deficit reduction. But meanwhile, they're fine sending almost $1 trillion to an agency that can't pass an audit and to defense contractors who pad their pockets by fleecing America's taxpayers. Let's broaden our definition of national security to include more than bullets and bombs. Let's include the security of our people, their health, well-being, and economic stability. True national security ought to mean that every American has enough to eat. No more blank checks to the Pentagon. Let's reinvest in our people to end hunger now. I yield back my time.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are following through on our commitment to hold government accountable, whether it be passing the REINS Act or the Separation of Powers Restoration Act, or compelling many Biden administration officials to testify for the first time in over a year. The American people can see we're hard at work. But there's still work to do. Since the president took office, he's finalized 644 new regulations, which come with a $376 billion price tag that negatively impacts our economy and require more than 230 million additional hours of paperwork. Instead of burdening our job creators, House Republicans want to get government out of their way through legislation like the Choice Arrangement Act. We're also working to get government out of our kitchens, which is why we passed Save Our Gas Stoves Act. This administration has never met a regulation it didn't like, but rest assured, the House will continue reining in the Biden administration's executive overreach. Thank you, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to a provision in the Coast Guard Reauthorization Act that would decimate the offshore wind industry and prevent the United States from reaching President Biden's clean energy goals. If passed, all offshore wind installation vessels would be required to be U.S. flagged and crewed. But there aren't any existing vessels that meet these requirements. We must support our domestic shipbuilding and mariner capacity, but this provision would constrict offshore wind construction in the short term and would sacrifice union jobs and energy independence in the long term. We will not reach the President's goal of 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030 if this provision passes. And halting offshore wind production would jeopardize the creation of up to 83,000 domestic jobs by 2030. In committee, I offered a solution that would ensure offshore wind can thrive in the short term and create a pathway to more American offshore wind jobs. A prevailing wage requirement ensures that American mariners are not being passed up for jobs which we have the ships and workforce to perform ourselves. I support the intent of the crewing requirement language, and I'm eager to support the development of our domestic shipbuilding and crewing capacity, but I cannot support the Coast Guard reauthorization with this language included. I want to thank Ranking Member Larson for his commitment to working to resolve this issue, but I urge my colleagues to oppose this language in any legislative vehicle. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know from the Bible under John 15:13 the phrase, "There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends," which is very applicable to our military willing to enlist and serve in that way to defend our country. So what's the reward? Well, when the COVID farce hit, they were told initially after the president said, we're not going to require injections, that if you don't take this injection for COVID-19, you're going to be removed from the military. And indeed, that happened to many service members who said, I don't really wish in this free country to take an untested injection. So, provisions we're making in the NDAA have to do with the COVID-19 vaccine, so-called discharges. It continues the prohibition on adverse action for any service member that refused to take it, but also gives them a path back to service. We want to invite them to come back and serve as they had thought. And indeed, with recruitments actually down during the summer season, usually there's an uptick in people recruited and coming into the military. We need to do everything we can to provide an incentive and a welcoming atmosphere to come back to our military. It would treat the time away from service for anybody that had to be kicked out, but would be reinstated. So it would be just a career intermission, so it does not impact their future promotions negatively. It prohibits the DOD from requiring cadets to repay tuition if they had to miss a period of time. So we're on the right track to say,
gentleman is no longer recognized. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To speak to the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 6th, our North Texas community was left scarred by the shooting at the Allen Premium Outlets. 9 people were killed and 7 others were injured. But today I rise to talk about the bravery and service of Gisela Aleman, a nurse and an unsung hero who that day was shopping at the outlet mall with her daughter. After the gunman opened fire, he severely wounded Preeti Patel, a woman who was visiting family in North Texas, and like so many others, was just trying to do some shopping. Amidst the chaos and violence, Gisela sprung into action. Using her training as a nurse, she grabbed Preeti and tried to slow her bleeding. After seeing that ambulances were struggling to get through security, she called the hospital and drove Preeti herself in her car with her daughter to the hospital in time to save her life. Preeti is alive today because of Gisela, an amazing story that deserves a hero's praise. She and her daughter should not have had to be a hero that day, but she was and is, and we thank her for representing the best of North Texas. And I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irresponsible decisions of Biden and the liberal Democrats have caused inflation to reach a 40-year high, leaving American families in financial distress and jobs lost. Biden inflation has increased the cost of everyday goods and services, reducing the annual purchasing power of families. Worse, Biden unintentionally revealed the reality of these policies. Recently describing his economic policies, Biden said, quote, "I don't know what Bidenomics is, but it's working," end of quote. The facts are inflation has caused costs to increase over the year. Lunch meat's up 6.2%, margarine up 23%, flour up 17%, cereal and bakery products over 11%. The Republican House majority is working to correct this by having recently passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act to rein in government overreach and limit inflationary spending, creating jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with open Biden borders. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House with 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight Precision Graphics, a family-owned electronics manufacturing and fulfillment facility in Snow Hill, North Carolina, my hometown. It fills me with tremendous pride to witness our local business's growth and positive impact. Precision Graphics, located just a block from my grandmother's home where I was raised, holds the resilience and strength of our community. While they have encountered supply chain challenges, the outlook is improving. It is of utmost importance that we continue to support businesses like Precision Graphics and our STEM programs. We must restore hope and help young people across eastern North Carolina, rural America, and our country to live the American dream. Let's come together and work towards empowering our local businesses, fostering job creation, and contributing to the prosperity of our nation. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have unanimous consent to ask the Speaker for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Electric utility transformers provide a service that play a pivotal role in the lives of Americans. Right now, there's a critical shortage of those transformers that enable America's electric grid. This shortage is keeping homes from being completed and hindering grid reliability as power utilities, co-ops, and energy producers try to keep up with demand. So why is the Department of Energy hurting American consumers more by making the transformer shortage worse? Speaker, that's why I rise as a proud supporter of the Protecting America's Distribution Transformer Supply Chain Act which will delay the Department of Energy from imposing unnecessary mandates. Our power sector, builders, and contractors need a ready supply of electric transformers, and we must stop the administration from turning the lights out on American families, including my constituents in Idaho. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with immense pride to recognize the extraordinary achievement of the Baltico Area High School baseball team. On June 17th at Penn State's Medler Field at Lebrano Park, this team ascended to the PIAA throne after defeating Mount Union 11-0. BEA completed a 3-game sweep of Mount Union this season, finishing with a 22-4 record. Senior Tyler Serb threw a 2-hit shutout and went 3 for 3, while the Eagles pounded out 10 hits in 4 at-bats. Mr. Speaker, as an alumni of Bald Eagle, I would like to congratulate my alma mater team and the coaching staff on their hard work and impressive season. The team show true grit and determination throughout the season as they work their way to the state championship. Congratulations again on this very impressive victory. Go Eagles. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 582 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 28, House Resolution 582. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 2670 to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-10, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. Section 2. A. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. B. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. C. All points of order against further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time for the Chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. Section 4. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment pursuant to this resolution, the Committee of the Whole shall rise without motion. No further consideration of the bill shall be in order except pursuant to a subsequent order of the House.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts and ranking member of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time is yielded for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on House Resolution 582.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported out a rule. House Resolution 582, providing for consideration of H.R. 2670, the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, as we commonly know it, for fiscal year 2024, under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking member of the Committee on Armed Services. It provides the Committee on Armed Services with an en bloc authority so that the House can expeditiously consider hundreds of member priorities. I rise today in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. Mr. Speaker, the NDAA is one of the most critical pieces of legislation the House considers each year. Congress has a constitutional obligation to provide for the common defense, and this is an obligation I know the House takes very seriously. Each year, the NDAA enables the Congress to set appropriate defense policies, to provide guidance and direction to the armed forces, and above all, to set authorization levels for defense funding. Collectively, these efforts provide our warfighters with the training, equipment, and strategy necessary to meet any challenge around the globe. Congress has enacted the NDAA every year for the last 62 years. While we have a long road ahead of us, I'm confident that we will do so again this year, and I'm gratified that the House is moving forward with consideration of this measure on the floor. Last month, the House Armed Services Committee reported out H.R. 2670 with an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote of 58 to 1. From a review of the bill, it's easy to see why. H.R. 2670 authorizes $886 billion for the defense programs, an increase of $28 billion. This funding level will ensure our men and women in uniform are equipped for all threats and are prepared and ready to defend freedom all around the globe. In proposing the funding level, the Armed Services Committee stayed within the parameters of funding levels set by the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Additionally, they identified nearly $40 billion that was repurposed to respond to our current national security needs. This ensures that the tax dollars of hardworking Americans are being used in the most efficient and appropriate way possible. H.R. 2670 includes a 5.2% pay increase for our service member, the largest pay increase in over 20 years. It includes critical policies that will counter aggression from the Chinese Communist Party, advance investments in tools of counter emerging threats, bolster the reliability of our supply chains. What's more, it includes critical oversight measures designed to ensure that defense dollars are wisely spent. But it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2670 also ensures that the Biden administration cannot continue to put policies ahead of national security. It rejects the Biden administration's efforts to indoctrinate our troops with progressive ideology like critical race theory training, and instead ensures that the Pentagon's focus is where it should be, on military readiness and preparedness so that our warfighters can defeat aggression and defend freedom anywhere in the world. In drafting H.R. 2670, the Armed Services Committee followed a robust bipartisan process. They considered 760 amendments during the markup and adopted 731 of them. In preparing today's rule, the Rule Committee sought to continue this robust collaborative process. We reviewed over 1,500 amendments, a record number. In keeping with our long-standing tradition at the Rules Committee, we welcomed any member who wished to come testify about their amendments. Dozens of members from both parties took part and educated the committee on their proposals for this bill, and indeed we would have welcomed dozens more. In all, today's rule makes in order 290 amendments reflecting substantive ideas from members on both sides of the aisle and ensuring that members will have an opportunity to present their priorities to the House. I look forward to debating these ideas on the floor and to a full and fair consideration of these proposals before the entire House. All in all, H.R. 2670 is a strong bill, Mr. Speaker, and the rule we are considering today is an appropriate one for consideration of such an important measure. I urge the members to support both the rule and H.R. 2670, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my good friend, the gentleman from Oklahoma, the distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I respect the gentleman and I appreciate his remarks, his commitment to civility and decency and fairness, and I know that he wants this House to run better and reflect the will of the members. But quite frankly, I just don't believe what is happening in this chamber lives up to the standard that he has set. Last night, the Rules Committee met at 11 p.m. to advance a rule, not for the whole National Defense Authorization Act, which we were supposed to start debating today, but for part of the National Defense Authorization Act. And I get it. I've been in the majority before. I understand it's not always easy. But what's happening today on the floor, not knowing when we are coming back to finish the second rule for this bill, or what offensive amendments will be included, is not just weird, it's nuts. A small group of radical hard-right members, the MAGA circus I call them, is threatening to take down the NDAA rule unless they get their way. The unless they get their way part is really becoming a theme in this Congress. I don't envy the gentleman from Oklahoma because what he is dealing with is truly bizarre. The MAGA circus wants to load up what could and should be a bipartisan bill that passes every single year. And they want to load it up with every single divisive social issue under the sun via the amendment process. Anti-abortion? Check. Anti-LGBTQ rights? Check. Anti-gun safety? Check. And it's not just that they're demanding it, it's that Republican leadership is probably caving. It's embarrassing, but quite frankly, it's not surprising. This is just the latest example of how Kevin McCarthy has ceded control of this body to the most extreme members of his own caucus while hanging everyone else out to dry and cutting mainstream members out of the process. Kevin McCarthy may be the ringmaster, Mr. Speaker, but the clowns have taken over the circus. This is a group of members that is so far to the right that they've now begun purging members from their own ranks for not being ideologically pure enough. It's honestly kind of scary. That's who's trying to write this year's defense bill. The party of single-issue bills wants to turn the NDAA into an anti-abortion, anti-LGBTQ bill that weighs in on every wedge issue and culture war, from guns to border and beyond. Give me a break. If they want to do a single-issue bill, get this stuff out of here and pass a bipartisan NDAA bill. And by the way, I just want to say, I find some of the amendments that have been introduced to this NDAA incredibly offensive. We have members saying they want to get woke out of the military, but they can't even define woke. Was desegregating the military woke? Was allowing women in combat roles woke? Was repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell woke? That's what I want to ask some of my colleagues, and I'm pretty sure what their answer would be. Mr. Speaker, why all the backroom dealing and negotiating with MAGA clowns? And by the way, I say that as somebody who has voted against the NDAA in the minority and in the majority, because, quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of sending blank checks to the Pentagon while we nickel and dime programs that help everyday people. So I wish the Republicans luck in trying to solve this internal power struggle. But I have to say, I don't have a whole lot of faith that this is going to work out in a way that will be good for this country. And I don't think it will work out in a way that will be good for most people in this country. I mean, this is an example. I think when people are watching these proceedings and is seeing kind of the extortion that the MAGA Republicans are exacting from the current leadership, this is what I think people look at and say, this is what's wrong with Washington. And I say this with no disrespect to you, Mr. Chairman, who I think is an example of what is right in this place. But I will be voting no on this rule. I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this rule. And I hope and pray that my Republican friends can get their act together so we can actually start doing the people's business. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to begin by thanking my good friend. As always, he's a thoughtful and reflective speaker, even when we disagree on certain things. Look, the process in front of us is undoubtedly going to go longer than we originally anticipated. I don't think that's a bad thing. I actually think that's a good thing. And I suspect we will, in the end, have more votes on a whole variety of issues than we might have originally had. Again, I don't think that's a bad thing. That's broadly allowing the House within defined parameters to work its will as we work toward a solution. And I think we'll ultimately get there. I also remind my friend that however a bill changes here, it's going to change again. The NDA, by its very nature, is, at the end of the day, on final passage, a bipartisan bill. So I would just suggest to people not get too upset, get too worried. You're going to see the House very vigorously debating a whole variety of issues. That's good for the institution. And I think at the end of the day, the House will work its will and will pass an NDAA bill out of here. And then, at some point, we'll sit down and conference it with the Senate, and it'll come back, and we'll have another pretty vigorous debate. So what we're seeing is a pretty robust democracy working its will, and a pretty robust House of Representatives working its will. So with that, I would just urge folks that today will be a pretty bipartisan discussion. Most of the amendments indeed have been agreed to by both sides, but they need to be fully aired and debated. We think that's a good thing. I suspect it'll be a somewhat more contentious debate later on in the process, but the process will work out. And at the end of the day, I'm confident we'll pass an NDAA bill. At the end of the day, I'm confident that once the bill is signed, worked with the Senate, signed by the President, it will, as most NDAA bills are, be a bipartisan bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank my colleague for his comments. And I just want to say for the record, we're not objecting to more amendments being made in order. I'll remind my colleagues that when I was chairman of the Rules Committee, we made 650 amendments in order for the Defense Authorization Act, so far higher than the 290, and we hope that you have at least 650, and maybe you can even surpass us. That would be wonderful. So we don't object to a process that allows for more amendments to be considered or more amendments to be made in order. What we object to is the extorting of your leadership by a small group of extremists in this House who are trying to force their right-wing and hardline views on Congress and on the people of this country. I mean, we're concerned, quite frankly, that some of these ideas that the MAGA circus is proposing couldn't even pass if it were brought up as a freestanding amendment. We're worried about a self-executing rule as part of the next rule that will make them part of the base bill. So that is what we're concerned about. And I again, would say to the gentleman, we want more amendments in order. We think that's a good thing. But what we're worried about is what this small group of individuals that seems to, be engaged in extortion on every single major bill that comes to this floor, what they will end up winning in this process. And what they will win is not reflective of what I think a majority of this chamber believes. And so that's deeply concerning to us. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. And if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which states that it is the House's sacred responsibility to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare for our future generations and reject any cuts to these essential programs. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I'm happy to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much for yielding. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, we can bring up H-Res 178, an important piece of legislation affirming the House's commitment to protecting Social Security and Medicare. Protecting Social Security and Medicare must be a front and center priority of this Congress. We should be doing everything we can and using all of our power to work in a bipartisan way to make sure we protect Social Security and Medicare, as opposed to moving forward aggressively to raise military spending once again, where we already spend more on our military and on our military-industrial complex than the next 10 countries combined. The American people need to know the Republican Party is attempting to invest more in war than it is in protecting our seniors. Our seniors, 55 million Americans, have been paying into Social Security and Medicare for 50 years, some of them. And by 2035, 75 million Americans will call themselves seniors. We must protect our seniors. They have paid into our system. We must ensure that they have access to health care, to housing, to money in their pockets, to food on the table. We often, particularly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, seem to continue to marginalize and neglect the most vulnerable people in our society, our seniors included, our children included, those who live in poverty included. I represent New York's 16th Congressional District, one of the most diverse districts in the country. We have urban, suburban, and rural areas. I am constantly in the community talking to my neighbors. Never do I hear the words, we should invest more in the military-industrial complex than we do in protecting Medicare and Social Security. I never hear those words. And I also want to identify our veterans as another group that Republicans continue to leave behind another vulnerable group, as not one Republican in the House voted in support of the PACT Act. So thank you so much for yielding me a few minutes. And once again, let us do everything in our power to preserve and protect Medicare and Social Security. Let's not let the Republican Party cut it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Just want to state for the record, I certainly have no objection to defending Social Security and Medicare. As a matter of fact, for I think 6 Congresses in a row, I have introduced legislation. It was originally drawn up with my good friend John Delaney, former Democratic member, on doing just that, on trying to save Social Security. And what we proposed is what we did back in 1983 that actually worked, extended the life of Social Security for almost half a century, which would be to actually, let's do a commission, let's make a set of reasonable reforms. I would put revenue on the table, personally. I think that has to be part of it. It certainly was then. But again, my friends haven't been very serious about reforming Social Security, in my view. And to be fair, I don't think anybody has been. We've been trying to get people to look at this problem for a long time. I would invite my friend from New York or any of my Democratic colleagues to look at what we've proposed. Again, proposed originally with a Democratic co-sponsor, and think, because it's the only way we're going to get there. It's going to have to be a bipartisan sort of deal. That's what Ronald Reagan, Tip O'Neill, and Howard Baker did back in that time frame. We should do the same thing. So to say we're not interested in Medicare or Social Security is just simply wrong. And again, I'm the last guy probably to say it to, because I've consistently put a proposal to try and move forward in that regard. I will say this, in 1983 when they saved it, they were within 2 months of it going broke. We should learn a lesson, not going broke, but having to make the cuts that you make to adjust your outflow to the revenue coming in. We've got 10 years. We ought to take care of that. Unfortunately, not enough people seem to be interested. That includes the President of the United States, who back in 1983 actually voted for that commission to be created and then voted to accept its recommendations. The current White House says it doesn't want to do any commissions, and it politicizes the issues. I see this on both sides of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, where people tell us they want to protect Social Security. Well, if you want to protect it, you're going to have to legislate on it, because it's steadily becoming less solvent over the years. Also, to my friend from New York's remark about the focus on military spending, I just would point out to the House the total budget in the NDAA that's proposed this year is actually the one the President recommended. I personally think it's too low. I would have gone higher. I'd be the first to tell you that. But the number that the committee chose is the President's number. So for those of my friends that are critical of, quote unquote, how much is being spent, I would suggest you direct your concerns to the White House, because the Appropriations Committee took the President's recommended number. Again, if we think we're misfocused, your first argument is with the President of the United States, not with your colleagues on the other side of the aisle. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the statement of administration policy for H.R. 2670. And the administration supports this bill as it's written, but the statement also notes several concerns that the administration has with the bill, which they hope Congress will work with them to address. And House Democrats, are going to do what we can to fight against any attempts to push the bill to the extreme MAGA fringes. And as I was saying earlier, we have no objection to making more amendments in order. Again, when I was the chair of the Rules Committee, we made a lot of amendments in order to the Defense Authorization Bill. But let me give you an example about some of the people who are not thinking in reality here. Last night we had a member come up, Republican member come up and testify about an amendment to withdraw us totally from NATO, a critical alliance between Europe and North America created after World War II. That provides massive social, economic, and political benefits to its members in the face of an aggressive adversary. I mean, my Republican friends are have their heads in the sand if this is the kind of thing that they think will make our country more safe. And this is exactly the kind of amendment that the fringe elements of the MAGA circus, are supporting. And by the way, the author of this amendment, she isn't extreme enough for the Freedom Caucus. They want her out of the Freedom Caucus because she's not pure enough or not extreme enough. I mean, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Foreign Policy entitled "Why Americans Still Need NATO."
Without objection.
Yeah. So we are really worried about where this is headed. The amendments that are contained in this first rule, most of them, I think, will, if not all of them, will probably pass with bipartisan support. Many of them are not controversial at all. It is what's coming next that has us concerned. It is what will the MAGA wing of the Republican Party, what will they extort from this leadership? What are the horrific policy items that they're going to demand that be put into this bill in order to get it through the House? Those are the things we're worried about. Mr. Speaker, at this time I want to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman is recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you. A strong military is certainly essential at a time when we face so many threats, from Russia's war crimes in Ukraine to threats from the People's Republic of China and North Korea to constant cyber attacks. And paying for this security is very costly. It accounts for almost half of every dollar discretionary-wise that we approve each year in this Congress. And of those dollars, almost half of the defense dollars go to defense contractors, billions and billions of dollars. While designed to assure that we get more national security, this national defense authorization should also be doing more to provide taxpayer security. Security from being ripped off by price gouging, by war profiteering. As currently written, this bill provides insufficient protection for taxpayers regarding the private defense industry, which can too often extract monopoly prices and demand basically a blank check for weapons and military supplies that are essential to our service members. An industry that is basically self-policing itself without much competition and without much of a watchdog inevitably leads to overcharging. Since the 1990s, there has been massive consolidation of defense contractors. And at the same time, the Pentagon has cut tens of thousands of contract negotiators and watchdogs, leading to less oversight, less transparency, and too little accountability. Overpricing for our military can impact the readiness of our armed forces, the well-being of our servicemen and women, and certainly the resources of American taxpayers. Let me give you just a couple of examples. A Woodruff key, that's a half-inch semicircular disc that is used to connect machine parts to rotating shafts. You can go out to Walmart or get online with Amazon, and you can buy one for about 10 cents a key. The Department of Defense recently bought some of these for $300 per key. The Pentagon paid over $10,000 for an oil switch when a commercial equivalent was available for about $300. It spent over $32,000 for an oil pump when one was commercially available for about $3,600. And these prices just keep soaring. From decades ago, the original price of a Stinger missile at $25,000, now up to over $400,000. I have submitted 2 modest amendments to try to rein in some of the waste and abuse and to quite literally provide our military more bang for the buck. Both of these have been endorsed by the Project on Government Oversight, by the R Street Institute, and by Taxpayers for Common Sense. One would simply establish a panel to review major contracts to determine whether fair and reasonable prices were paid and make recommendations to better assure that the Pentagon gets the best possible deal. The second would strengthen transparency and provide government contracting officers access to sales data that they need to make informed, reasonable decisions in negotiating fair prices. Both result from the excellent report that 60 Minutes did in May that highlighted price gouging by some of the giant corporations that just happen to be enjoying record profits. For Republicans who are always telling us we need to fight waste, fraud, and abuse, now's the time to do something about it in the biggest appropriation bill and authorization that we have before this Congress. Because they have thus far refused to approve these taxpayer protection amendments, I think that we are not getting at the waste in the Pentagon procurement, and I oppose this rule and remain hopeful that eventually these amendments to do something to protect taxpayers along with our military readiness will be approved. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield for myself such time as I consume. I want to thank my friend for his thoughtful remarks, helpful suggestions. I would point out a couple of things quickly in response. This House Armed Services Committee has actually done a good job doing what my friend wants them to do. They've repurposed over $40 billion in the bill, redirected it more efficiently. This has been a bipartisan collaborative process between Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, who frankly have worked quite well together, whether one was in the majority or one was in the minority. So I think as an alum of this distinguished committee, I once served on it, it's actually doing a pretty good job of trying to find the savings that my friend I know sincerely wants to find and redirect them. I wouldn't say disagree, but I would put some things in perspective when we talk about spending. Look, I've been around this stuff a long time. My dad was a career military guy at the height of the Cold War. At the height of the Cold War, the United States spent 50% of its entire budget on defense and spent almost 9% of its gross national product because it thought that's what the threat was. And then, as the Cold War waned, we came down a little bit. We had the great Reagan defense buildup. At that point, defense was about a third of the total federal budget, not half. It had already come down and was about 6% of the gross national product. Currently, it's less than 4%, around 3.5, 3.7. I would tell you that's probably too low and it's only 15% of the entire budget. What's driven spending around here, and we all know it, is really not the discretionary budget. It's the entitlement budget. It's Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. That's about 60% of all federal spending. Throw in interest on the debt, in the federal retirement system, and you're around 70, 71, 72. So I'm all for saving money, and there's certainly money to be saved in defense. But if Congress wants to get serious about this, let's talk about where the money's at and sit down in a bipartisan way, maybe in the framework that our former colleague, Mr. Delaney, and I offered, and get serious about it. But this is not where we spend most of the country's money, and frankly, this is an area where we are underspending. Again, for my friends that are concerned, and efficiencies suggestions are always welcome, the number we have is the president's number. So if we're overspending here, it's probably good for my friends to have a conversation with the President of the United States, because our colleagues honestly would prefer, for the most part, to be at a higher number. I know that's true for Chairman Rogers. I suspect it's true for the majority of his Republican members. So, again, concerns about spending are always appropriate. There's waste in every part of government, including defense. But I would tell you that, broadly speaking, the country is certainly not overspending on defense in this legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Yep. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, a Pentagon study released earlier this year found major defense contractors flush with, quote, cash beyond their needs for operations or investment, end quote. They have tens of billions of excess cash from Pentagon business to hand out to shareholders. I think it's outrageous that Republicans will happily line the pockets of these ultra-wealthy contractors, but pinch pennies when it comes to the American people. And as I said earlier, I mean, we are talking about nearly $1 trillion Pentagon budget here. At the same time, appropriators led by Republicans are cutting programs like WIC and Meals on Wheels. I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from CBS News entitled, "How the Pentagon Falls Victim to Price Gouging by Military Contractors."
Without objection.
And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, as a proud member of the House Armed Services Committee and the representative for critical military installations in Alabama, I take very seriously my responsibility to ensure that our service men and women get the tools and support that they need to keep our nation safe. This year's NDAA, as it is currently written, does just that. The bill will help modernize Alabama's Air National Guard facilities and support leadership training at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. It also includes record funding to support research at HBCUs and makes significant investments in the health and well-being of our service men and women and their families. While I voted to pass the NDAA out of committee last month, I remain very concerned that my Republican colleagues are trying to push poison pill amendments, amendments focused on culture wars and not unity, but division, and not Social Security or Medicaid or national security. For 61 years, Congress has passed the NDAA with the bipartisan support. I implore my colleagues across the aisle to not break this tradition of national importance. Every year since I came to Congress, I was able to vote for the NDAA. I'm not sure that I can this year if we get those poison pills in. I really implore my Republican colleagues to keep the NDAA intact as it was from the committee, and I will vote against the rule, but hope to be able to vote in favor of the bill. Thanks.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is
Can I
recognized.
ask the gentleman how many more speakers he has on his side?
I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close whenever my friend is.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time. Mr. Speaker, more ridiculous Republican infighting, wasting more time. That's what this is. They're bickering on everything, from spending levels to whose bill gets on the floor when, distracts from the other very real work that Congress has the opportunity to do here. We should also be working to protect our constituents from gun violence. There were more than 17 mass shootings this past 4th of July weekend that killed dozens of Americans. But Republicans are too busy fighting with Republicans. We should also pass bills to keep pollutants from clogging up our air and toxins from ruining our water. But Republicans are too busy fighting with Republicans. We should also do more to stop the opioid crisis and provide support for those struggling with their mental health. But Republicans are too busy fighting with Republicans. We should also make sure that every American has access to quality health care, the chance to receive a good education, or even the basic rights to housing and food, but Republicans are too busy fighting with Republicans. There is so much we should be doing, including passing this bipartisan defense budget. But Republican leadership is busy trying to cater to every whim of the MAGA circus. And I'll say it again, Kevin McCarthy may be the ringleader, but the clowns have taken over. It's no way to govern, and it continues to set a deeply dangerous precedent for how this body conducts business moving forward, including with the appropriations process. But I just want to explain to people why we are here right now and why we are in this situation. We have passed a defense budget, a defense bill by huge margins almost every year for the past 63 years, every year. And yet here we are, with this kind of stalling of moving the full bill forward because a small group of people who call themselves the Freedom Caucus, have basically said that they will block passage of this bill if the Republican leadership doesn't cave to every one of their demands. I mean, they call themselves the Freedom Caucus. I don't know. It seems like a strange name because, I mean, are they for the freedom for people to read whatever books they want in a library? No. Are they for the freedom of women to be able to control their own bodies? No. Are they for the freedom for people to love who they want in this country? No. Are they for the freedom to protect people from gun violence in this country, as we see the number of incidents involving guns in this country just rise at this alarming rate? No. I think the only thing they're pro-freedom about is the freedom to harass the Republican leadership, the freedom to extort the leadership to cave to their ideas that, by the way, are deeply unpopular, not only in this chamber that is sadly controlled by Republicans, but views and ideas that are deeply unpopular throughout this country. And I get it. They threaten the Speaker by saying that we will move to vacate the chair, we will move to oust you as Speaker if you don't do everything we say. When they say jump, they want the Speaker to respond by saying, how high? And this is a bad way to run this Congress. This is not what the American people expect from the House of Representatives. They certainly don't want ideas that are so extreme, so to the fringe, being shoved down their throats. So at some point, the Speaker has to stand up to these people. At some point, he has to say no. At some point, he has to make it clear that what they are asking is beyond the pale, is not only not good policy, but it is bad for this institution and it is bad for this country. But that's why we're here. We don't know when Rules Committee will meet again. We don't know whether we're going to meet again this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow. We had one member of the Freedom Caucus say, well, we can meet in August or after August. So this notion of everything being held hostage because of a small group of right-wing extremists just has to stop. And we're about to approach appropriations season. I don't know how the hell you're going to get appropriation bills through here with some of the stuff that's being forced onto those bills and some of the cuts that are being forced. As I said earlier, cuts in programs like WIC, Women's, Infants, and Children's Program, Meals on Wheels. I mean, really? That's the priorities of this Republican majority? This has to stop. This has to stop. And so, stay tuned, everybody, how this all plays out. But we don't know whether we're going to finish this bill this week or whether it will be next week or sometime into the future. But this is not the way Congress should be run. And certainly, I would urge the Speaker to stand up to this small group of fringe lawmakers who are trying to extort unreasonable demands from him that are not in the interests of the people of this country. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote on the previous question because I believe it is important that we make it clear we don't want cuts in Social Security and Medicare. I urge a no vote on the rule. And again, I hope and pray that my friends can get their act together in the very near future so we can actually move forward with a debate and a final determination on where people stand on this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. Closing, I want to thank my friend, as always, for a thoughtful and robust debate. We covered a lot of ground. A lot of it didn't have a lot to do with defense. We talked about Social Security for a while. I'm delighted to see my friends are worried about the state of the Republican majority. I think it'll do fine. And while the process, as always in Congress, can look from the outside as chaotic or sometimes contradictory, the reality is we tend to work toward things, and we've gotten this bill done for 62 years in a row for a reason. And it didn't matter who was the majority and who was the minority or what the administration was. I suspect the thing is going to happen this way again this time. And along the course of that, we will have a robust debate. And there will be things, today we'll be mostly talking about things honestly we agree on, as we know. And that's a good thing. There will be things we disagree on, and that's fine too. And I remind my friends on my side of the aisle that winning here isn't necessarily winning. It just gets you to the next stage of the contest. The Senate will be moving on its version of the NDAA. We'll sit down in conference, and then we'll see what the real final product is. But some of the things that we're watching today, to me, again, are just the normal process and policy working out. But I also, in closing, do want to urge my colleagues to support this resolution. H.R. 2670, the NDAA for fiscal year 2024, is a strong, strong bill. It fulfills Congress's constitutional responsibility to provide for the common defense while also ensuring that we're carefully and wisely spending the American people's hard-earned tax dollars. It will set appropriate policies for the armed services to ensure our warfighters have the equipment, the training, and the resources they need to confront aggression anywhere around the world at any time. It requires the Pentagon to maintain a laser focus on readiness, and it ensures appropriate oversight of our investments both at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, this is unfortunately a dangerous time in the world. American adversaries are on the march, threatening global stability and territorial integrity of our friends and our allies. These threats range from Russia's invasion of Ukraine to Communist China's continued pressure on Taiwan and our Pacific allies, to Iran's quest for nuclear weapons, and to North Korea's continued testing of intercontinental missiles. The United States does not seek armed conflict, but we will be prepared to meet it should it seek us out. I would remind this House of the words of Ronald Reagan, quote, "Peace is the condition under which mankind was meant to flourish, yet peace does not exist on its own will. It depends on the courage to build it and to guard it and to pass it on to future generations." In taking up H.R. 2670, we're continuing that tradition. We are continuing to build our armed forces to meet and confront any foe at any time, anywhere in the world. And it's my hope that in doing so, we will be building a military that is strong enough to deter aggression. We will, as people have committed throughout our history, achieve peace through strength. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do offer an amendment to the resolution. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance. Oh, that's right.
The gentleman will suspend. Does the gentleman offer an amendment?
I do. It's at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Cole of Oklahoma. At the end of the resolution, add the following. Section 5. Notwithstanding any other provision of this resolution, during consideration of H.R. 2670, pursuant to this resolution, it shall not be in order to consider Amendment Number 60, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-141.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the amendment and on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the amendment and on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker, I ask for the...
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. Order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the amendment to House Resolution 582 and on the resolution. Adoption of the amendment to the Resolution 582 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 582 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on the amendment to House Resolution 582 and on the resolution on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 28, House Resolution 582, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2670 to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 188.
They're already open. The machines are open. The machines are open. Aguilar.
Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Ms. Davids of Kansas. Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Joyce of Ohio. Mr. Joyce of Ohio votes aye. Mr. Molinaro. Mr. Molinaro votes aye. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Pasquarel. Mr. Pasquarel votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 201. The previous question is ordered. Gavel again. The question is on adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 207. The amendment is adopted. The question is on adoption of the resolution as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose, the gentleman from
may I ask
Massachusetts?
for a recorded vote, please?
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is really a 5-minute vote. Voted. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 206, 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous material in H.R. 2670.
Without objection. The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 582 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 2670. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden, to preside over the committee as a whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the consideration of the bill H.R. 2670, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 2670, the FY24 National Defense Authorization Act. H.R. 2670 represents a truly bipartisan bill. I want to thank Ranking Member Smith for his tremendous help in moving this bill through committee. Congress in this constitutional duty has its constitutional duty to provide for our common defense. Every year, we fulfill this duty by passing the National Defense Authorization Act. The FY24 NDAA provides our warfighters the resources and authorities they need to provide for the defense of our nation and the security of our allies around the world. That's critical because the threats we face today are more complex and serious than they've been at any point in the last 30 years. Topping that list is an increasingly aggressive China. Ranking Member Smith and I recently led a bipartisan delegation to Taiwan, Japan, and the Philippines. What was clear from our meetings was that the threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party is real and represents the most pressing national security challenge we've faced in decades. The FY24 NDAA was built with that underlying goal of deterring the Chinese Communist Party in mind. It provides new authorities and speeds the fielding of innovative new technologies like artificial intelligence and hypersonics that will give us the advantage in a conflict with China. It strengthens our security partnerships with Taiwan and other Pacific allies. It fully funds and expedites the modernization of the nuclear deterrent. It builds a stronger and more capable missile defense. It protects the U.S. military bases, critical infrastructure, and academic research from Chinese encroachment and espionage. It builds the logistics networks that the Pacific military needs to carry out the operations against China, and it includes new authorities to retool and revitalize the industrial base to ensure they can deliver the systems we need to prevail in a conflict. Reorienting our defense to deter the threat from China will be an expensive endeavor, but we acknowledge there are limits on what we can afford to spend. That's why this NDAA is hyper-focused on rooting out waste in the DoD. If weapon systems are not responsive to the threats we face, we cut them. In fact, the NDAA includes nearly $40 billion in savings from cutting systems that can't survive in a conflict with China and by reining in programs that have grown out of control. We also require the DoD Inspector General to review major defense programs for waste, and we create a new Special Inspector General to oversee all Ukraine aid. In the face of growing threats from China, it is critical we restore the military's focus on lethality. The FY24 NDAA does so by bringing to an end divisive policies implemented by this administration that have hurt recruiting, unit cohesion, and military readiness. While I believe this will go a long way toward resolving the recruiting crisis we face, we also need to improve the quality of life for our service members and their families. The NDAA does that by providing for the largest pay raise in 30 years and authorizes bonuses for junior enlisted personnel. It increases allowances for housing and basic needs to counteract the growing cost of food and housing. It authorizes $200 million more than the President requested to build new barracks and family housing. The bill expands access and significantly reduces the cost of child care for military families. It makes it easier for military spouses to find jobs when service members transfer stations. And finally, it improves the quality of military health care, especially mental health services for our service members and their families. This bill passed out of committee 58-1. That is the definition of a bipartisan bill. It will enhance congressional oversight of DoD, it will improve the quality of life of our service members, and it will help build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter the Chinese Communist Party and our other adversaries. I urge all members to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself 4 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, I really want to agree with Chairman Rogers. This is a very strong bipartisan bill, and it reflects the process that we go through every year in passing the National Defense Authorizing Act. We had a great markup in committee. It, too, was a bipartisan process. We considered, gosh, at least 1,000 different amendments and ideas that were brought to us by members from across the committee. We had very good debates on those amendments, and we came out with what I think is an excellent bipartisan product. I really want to thank Chairman Rogers in his first year as chairman. He's done an outstanding job of being inclusive of all of us in producing a great bill. I also want to thank the staff. Members sort of throw the ideas out there. The staff is the ones that have to sort through them, turn them into amendments, negotiate to try to get it done. And we are blessed with an outstanding staff on the Armed Services Committee. Very much appreciate their support. Just want to start by really emphasizing one of the last points that Chairman Rogers made on accountability and efficiency within the military. The Department of Defense is a very large bureaucracy. We will never completely eliminate any wasteful decision, but we are absolutely focused on doing the best we can. This bill reflects that, to try to make sure that we are getting our money's worth for the systems and programs that we are funding. I think the chairman's done a great job of leading on that. We are working towards getting a full audit of the Pentagon. We are auditing piece by piece and empowering the Inspector General to make sure that we do a better job of spending the taxpayers' dollars. Overall, the NDAA weaves 3 basic things into it. Number 1, and most importantly, is support for the men and women who serve in our military and their families. Without this bill, crucial programs will be lost that provide that support. We offer bonuses and other incentive pay. We increase the basic housing allowance. There are all kinds of issues that go towards the basic necessities that the men and women in the military and their families need that support them. That doesn't happen without this legislation. We have mentioned, and I will mention again, the importance of recruitment and retention. That is one of the biggest issues. Are we supporting the service members and their family? This bill is the opportunity that we as members of Congress have to make sure that we are doing that as a body. The second big issue is modernizing the military. The chairman mentioned this as well. In the modern battlefield, technology, new innovations are crucial. It is changing constantly and needs to be updated. The Pentagon historically has not been great at fielding new technologies quickly. We put a variety of different provisions in there to help incentivize that and move them towards doing that. The modern battlefield is about information systems, missiles, missile defense, drone, and counter-drone. We need to have the best in all of that. We need to innovate. This bill helps get us there. Lastly, the bill recognizes the threat environment that we face. They recognize the threat from China, the threat from Russia, and others to make sure that we have adequate deterrence. We continue the Indo-Pacific Defense Initiative to help offer that deterrence to China, and crucially, we continue to support Ukraine. And I just want to emphasize that last point. You cannot be legitimately concerned about the threat that China poses and not be willing to support Ukraine. If Putin and Russia are able to do what they want to do in Ukraine, that gives a green light to President Xi and China to do the same thing elsewhere. Russia must be defeated in Ukraine. A sovereign, democratic Ukraine must survive for our vision, our country's vision, of what national security should be for the globe. You can't do one without the other, and I hope we will do both. So I think this is a very strong bill. Now, I support the bill as it's currently before us. The amendments that are in front of us are going to be debated one way or the other. I think I will still support the bill after that. As we all know, that's not the end of the story here. There is a second rule allegedly coming. I sincerely hope that the majority prioritizes getting this bill done over the certain views of a small number of extreme members. We got a good bill. Let's pass it. Let's not mess it up. I urge support for this piece of legislation, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Virginia, the Vice Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding, and thanks, Mr. Chairman. 14 hours and 16 minutes.
After considering over 1,000 amendments, that is the amount of time that it took to mark up the National Defense Authorization Act late last month in committee. The final vote was a resounding 58-1 to favorably report the bill. Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith should be rightly congratulated on delivering this bipartisan bill to the floor today. I hope that we can similarly send to the Senate a bill that is equally bipartisan. As to our national security, there is a quiet urgency demanded of us to move expeditiously on the passage of this bill. The Davidson window of potential conflict with China in the late 2020s marks a day even closer. Unfortunately, I am not convinced that our nation fully understands this future peril. When we send service members in harm's way, should we not also provide them with the best equipment and technology that our nation can offer? This NDAA provides that necessary assurance and a message to dissuade potential aggressors from future conflict. As to the committee mark, it is worthy of support and includes advances in F-35 modernization and accelerates the fourth offset offered by the Collaborative Combat Aircraft. It invests in long-range precision fires that our military needs for the Indo-Pacific. It aligns the next-generation air dominance aircraft with its propulsion engine, and finally accelerates Army ground modernization. I am confident that our nation is better served with the passage of the Tactical Air and Land Forces Mark. Before I conclude, I want to specifically recognize Ranking Member Norcross for his partnership and leadership. He is dedicated to supporting our service members, has the vision to see our national security perils, and the political fortitude to respond to our most serious threats. I truly appreciate his counsel and advice in delivering our bipartisan subcommittee mark. My friends, the hour is late. We need to consider our constitutional responsibility required by the Davidson window and respond with the urgency it demands. I encourage my fellow members to answer the bell and support this bill. I thank the chairman and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman of the ranking member. Old habits die hard. The ranking member of the Readiness Subcommittee, Mr. Garamendi.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to particularly thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership of the committee and the work that's been done, and a special shout out to Chairman Waltz, with whom I had the pleasure of working on the subcommittee, on the Readiness Subcommittee report. Throughout the creation of this bill and the previous 4 bills, the subcommittee has focused on our core mission, ensuring America's military service members have the resources and training to execute their missions and return home safely to their family. This bill advanced from the subcommittee, made great strides to improve the housing, child care, barracks for the service members and their families, develop resilient installations capable of withstanding the challenges of natural events, reduce the consumption of petroleum fuel, and address the impacts of climate change while ensuring our forces are prepared to face the challenges and threats wherever and whenever they may arise. There are, of course, still areas for improvements. We must do more to fully factor sustainment and maintenance into everything we do. We cannot be distracted by the purchase of shiny new equipment if that equipment cannot be sustained for the mission when it is needed. We must also continue to fight price gouging by defense contractors, which takes taxpayer dollars intended to equip our forces and redirects them to corporate profits. We'll continue to tackle these issues, but I remain proud of what this committee has done. I am, however, concerned that the majority has forced into this bill controversial social and political issues that do not advance our national security. These demands, which roll back efforts to ensure our military reflects our country and that it serves to prepare the military for the future, are the absolute wrong direction. I would hope that we would eliminate these divisive issues, and they would not be included in the final bill. We'll work together, therefore, to prioritize the authorizations that our armed services need and our service members and military families deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Colorado, the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, Mr. Lamborn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I appreciate your leadership on this legislation. I rise today in favor of the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. This bill prioritizes our military, safeguards their rights, and puts forward a fighting force that will stand against those who threaten the United States of America. As chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, I have had the distinct honor of working closely with my colleagues on the House Armed Services Committee on this year's NDAA. This bill fully funds modernization of our nuclear triad, establishes the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile as a program of record, prevents the Biden administration from attempting to retire any element of our nuclear arsenal, and prohibits them from sharing nuclear information with Russia until the Russians reciprocate. Additionally, the bill removes outmoded missile defense policy limitations and crucially requires and funds acceleration in our development of hypersonic capabilities. Finally, it advances our organization in military space, including with the establishment of a Space National Guard. My colleagues in the House will be pleased to know that this bill also takes significant steps to end wokeness in the military by banning critical race theory and ending DEI overreach. Our military is not a social experiment. It is a fighting force that should be empowered to prioritize these missions. To this end, the bill includes a 5.2% pay raise for service members, expands opportunities for military spouses, and expands access to child care and schools for military families. I also want to thank Representative Seth Moulton of Massachusetts for his bipartisan efforts as ranking member of the subcommittee. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back my time to Chairman Rogers.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton, who is the ranking member on the Strategic Forces Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. I'm proud to support the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act as passed out of the House Armed Services Committee. While this bill includes some provisions that are not in line with Democratic priorities, it does represent a truly bipartisan product that was overwhelmingly supported by our committee. I'd like to thank Chairman Rogers and Lamborn for working with me on our markup process, particularly on critical areas such as restoring funding for critical National Nuclear Security Administration efforts on nonproliferation and national missile defense policy. Overall, I'm proud of what's in this bill. It adds critical oversight to the nuclear weapons modernization enterprise, and while I firmly believe this world would be a better, safer place for our children without nuclear weapons, a view shared by many of us, the reality is that our nuclear deterrent is a key component of strategic stability so long as we have determined adversaries unwilling to engage in serious discussions of arms reduction. Given that sobering reality, I support the administration's nuclear modernization plans, but I continue to have serious concerns about requiring the U.S. Navy to develop a nuclear-capable sea-launched cruise missile, as this bill would require. I believe we need to better understand the impacts to both the Navy and the NNSA before we direct a program of record. Across space, missile defense, and hypersonic weapons, this bill advances key technologies and capabilities while also requiring more in-depth study of how these systems will contribute to a future conflict and impact strategic stability. I want to particularly call out Chairman Rogers noting the $40 billion of cuts to old weapon systems we don't need to make room for the new. That's politically tough to do, and it's incredibly important that we accomplish it. While this bill largely represents continuity and bipartisanship, my ability to support it going further depends on what a small group of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle might try to add on to it. Targeting diversity, equity, inclusion, reproductive and women's rights, and the LGBTQ+ community, in addition to cutting off our assistance to Ukraine, are areas that I cannot support in a bipartisan bill. Over hours of politically motivated debate attacking these programs, the majority offered zero evidence that they actually hurt recruiting. Indeed, what evidence is available tells the opposite story. Good luck recruiting women if they can't get health care based on the whims of which base they're assigned to. Good luck recruiting minorities if they think they won't be respected in the service. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to again thank our subcommittee staff, Ryan Tully, Whitney Verrett, Peter Schertzinger, Maria Vestola, and Zach Calderon, and my personal staff, Caroline Jones, and our Navy fellow, Kurt Shulkaitis. And with that, I yield back.
Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Mississippi, the chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee, General Trent Kelly.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my strong support of H.R. 2670, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024. First, I would like to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership throughout this process. I also want to thank my counterpart and friend on the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, Ranking Member Joe Courtney. This year's NDAA is a step in the right direction in strengthening our national defense. The bill wisely rejects the Biden administration's request to divest certain warships and aircraft such as the F-22 and C-130, thus ensuring our continued superiority in the near term. Our service members are the backbone of our national security, and this bill supports our service members with a 5.2% increase in base pay, the largest pay raise ever or in over 20 years. It authorizes a monthly bonus for junior enlisted members to counteract the effects of inflation. This legislation also expands the basic needs allowance to aid low-income service members, supporting families, and extends military recruitment and retention bonus. It waives fees on the TRICARE dental program for selected Guard and Reserve members while strengthening oversight of the TRICARE pharmacy program. The FY24 NDAA also provides substantial cost savings and reforms. It cuts inefficient defense programs, obsolete weapon systems, and unnecessary Pentagon bureaucracy, resulting in a saving of $40 billion for the taxpayers. These savings include significant funds from the divestment of obsolete aircraft, decommissioning of outdated ships, and cuts to weapons programs that have either not met development milestones or experienced excessive growth costs. This bill further increases financial accountability by penalizing the Department of Defense for cost overruns on major defense programs and requiring comprehensive audits of price and cost data. Finally, the bill provides assistance to 8,000 service members discharged for failing to take COVID-19 vaccine and gives them a path back. I urge my colleagues to support this, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, who is the ranking member on the Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation Subcommittee.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Ranking Member Smith and Chairman Rogers for their support of my bipartisan amendment to require the Department of Defense to track whether their equipment is made in the United States. I was surprised that the Department of Defense does not know whether essential weapons equipment today have component parts that are made overseas and what percentage are made overseas. We have a problem in this country in terms of our industrial base. The top 15 steel companies in the world, 9 of them are in China, not 1 in the United States. We just realized in terms of artillery to Ukraine, we don't have enough conventional artillery, forcing us to be considering cluster bombs. We need to build our industrial base, and to do that, we need to figure out where the Department of Defense is getting weapons and the component parts, what are essential weapons and essential supply chains, and how we can ensure that those essential supply chains are made in the United States of America. This bipartisan amendment will help us get that information and that data, and I thank again Ranking Member Smith and Chairman Rogers for including this in the NDAA. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Wisconsin, the chairman of the Cyber Subcommittee, Mr. Gallagher.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentleman from California before he leaves for his work in a bipartisan fashion on the city subcommittee. It's always a pleasure, and the bipartisan spirit and just the general mindset and innovative mindset that he brings to our work together. I very much enjoyed it. My staff prepared a beautiful speech. I will instead be blunt and hopefully be brief. The way I see it, we are in the early stages of a strategic competition or a new Cold War with the Chinese Communist Party. And we are not winning, in part because we haven't grasped the fundamental insight that in order to prevent war, which is a goal we all share, one must wage peace with the same alacrity and urgency and creativity that one wages war. And despite the horrors on display in Eastern Europe, on the battlefields of Ukraine, we have not yet improved our deterrent posture in the Indo-Pacific, west of the international date line, such that we can persuade Xi Jinping that his attempt to take Taiwan by force will fail. That's where this bill comes in. This makes extraordinary improvements in terms of our deterrent posture, which is a testament to the collaboration between Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith. And to the members of this body who are skeptical, who feel like they didn't get enough wins in the bill, I get it. We're in divided government. This bill would look different if there was unified government one way or the other. What we have here is a serious bipartisan compromise. It's not perfect, but it is a good bill. And the Armed Services Committee is the last remaining functional body in Congress. It works because everyone's bought into the process, and none of us gets 100% of what we want, but we all get a chance to influence the outcome. And so I urge my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation. I believe it promotes the cause of peace. I believe it promotes the cause of defending American sovereignty. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Well, first of all, amen to Mr. Gallagher's comments. I appreciate that impassioned speech. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, who is the ranking member on the Military Personnel Subcommittee.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe you can tell a lot about the values of a nation based on how they treat and care for those who step up and are entrusted with defending the nation. And if we are honest with ourselves, we don't always keep our promise. We don't always do enough for them. We have service members who are struggling for food insecurity and mental health challenges. We have military families struggling with rising costs and prices, issues that we can deal with, whether childcare or others, that we need to do better. To have the best and strongest military, we need to be the best and strongest employer. This NDAA is our chance to do better. So far, this NDAA takes some important steps to improve the quality of life for our service members and their families. It gives a needed pay raise. It takes action to address suicide and child care needs. More that we need to do, but this is important steps forward. I've also seen and heard of provisions and amendments, though, that would make it harder for service members to get access to the care that they need, or to know and feel that they are welcome and supported by our military and our country. And I would urge my colleagues to oppose efforts that would do that, that would jeopardize some of the gains for our military families that are in this NDAA, make it harder for us to recruit for our all-volunteer force, a force that is the most diverse fighting force on this planet. As mentioned, I do believe that the last place that partisan politics belongs is in our national security, and that is something that we should fiercely protect when we're talking about this NDAA. Our military families deserve better, and this is our opportunity to show them that they are our top priority. This is our chance to pay tribute to the anniversary of our all-volunteer force by creating support to our service members that can sustain for the next 50 years. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Michigan, the chairman of the Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee, General Bergman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for the opportunity. To quickly amplify on Mr. Gallagher's comments, sometimes you don't know what you don't know until it's too late. And the Intel and Special Ops Subcommittee focuses on knowing things early to prevent disaster. Today, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2670, National Defense Authorization Act for the fiscal year 2024. I sincerely thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership in bringing this truly bipartisan legislation to the floor for the 63rd consecutive year. This bill is critical for the national security of our nation, as well as providing congressional oversight of the Department of Defense. This bill provides resources and capabilities to counter our nation's #1 threat, China. The Intelligence and Special Operations Subcommittee portions of the bill accomplishes this by ensuring the Defense Intelligence Enterprise, the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, and the Special Operations Forces have the proper authorities, force structure, flexibility, and technically and tactically competent people to support the Department's efforts in strategic competition and counter China. There is more work to be done. This bill is far from perfect and requires compromises from both sides, but it is an overwhelmingly bipartisan bill that supports our service members with a 5.2% pay raise, the largest in 20 years. More importantly, it provides our service members with the resources to accomplish the task our nation asks of them. This is a critically important bill, and I urge all of my colleagues, regardless of differences, to support it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am now pleased to yield 3 minutes to another gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, who is the ranking member on the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, Ranking Member Smith. And Mr. Chairman, this bill continues that long tradition, proud tradition of bipartisan working together by the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee. And it's the result of commitment to work and share responsibility on these tough decisions necessary to manage our nation's military risk. I especially want to thank my chairman, Chairman Rob Whitman, and his staff for the support in building this strong bipartisan bill. Mr. Chairman, this bill carefully addresses that affordability and achievability of the current and future modernization needs of our force. At the same time, this bill continues the oversight necessary to ensure accountability and responsibility of the execution of DoD programs, including Tactical Strike Fighters and Rotary Wing Aircraft program, to improve that program management, reduce the operational risk, and remedy deficiencies. Certainly, we need to support the sufficient capabilities and capacities to meet current and future requirements. The Department's manned and unmanned intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and aircraft, and how we are meeting global requirements for these systems that we've invested in. Careful watch over the Army's ambitious modernization strategy and the Marine Corps' Force Design 2030 with its support and its modernization. Critically important for the United States as well as our friends and allies around the world. This bill continues what we started 4 years ago, before the beginning of the Ukrainian war, to identify and buy down modernization and safety risks in our munitions industrial base. Mr. Chairman, this bill also includes from the Military and Industrial National Defense Supply Act, the Mines Act, a bill that I introduced earlier this year that talks about, once again, making sure that we collectively are working together. And this year, along with our most trusted allies and international partners, we are ensuring that the security of our supply chain. The world's changed, Mr. Chairman, and now the United States and its allies are truly the arsenals of democracy. This legislation, therefore, will help stabilize American defense industrial base production and increase security for both America and our critical allies. Finally, I want to take a moment and thank the subcommittee's professional staff, Jay, Dave, Heath, Michael, and Max, and certainly the personal staff from my office who helped put this together to make this bill truly a functional, bipartisan bill, and I urge its support, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Florida, Chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, Mr. Waltz.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I rise in support of this 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. As Chairman of Readiness, as the Readiness Subcommittee, I have focused our efforts on ensuring the Department of Defense is ready to fight around the world, especially in the Pacific, by improving its maintenance, improving its logistics, and the availability of our defense assets. This bill moves us in the right direction. We are witnessing, as Representative Gallagher and others have said, we are witnessing the largest military buildup in China since we saw in Germany in the 1930s, particularly with their Navy as they head towards 500 ships and we shrink to under 300. This bill instills accountability for the Navy, especially for its lagging availabilities in its amphibious warships and its attack submarine fleets. Mr. Speaker, only 18 of the Navy's 49 attack submarines are in maintenance right now as we speak. This is the lowest number of ready attack submarines since 2008, and it's unacceptable. And believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, our bases in Europe have been reliant on Russian energy. This bill mandates the department eliminate that reliance on Russian energy for all our installations in the European Command, and this bill directs a report on foreign control and influence over our supply chain for critical minerals and enhances that stockpile that's used for our defense technology. And Mr. Speaker, importantly, this bill moves our military back towards being the meritocracy focused on lethality and winning our nation's wars. Our enemy's bullets do not care about race, religion, socioeconomic background, and neither should we. I am proud that this bill includes my provisions to combat divisive ideologies in the department. This defense bill contains my language requiring the department to report to Congress on the total cost of these extremism training, and it also includes my amendment to prohibit critical race theory. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I thank my friend and ranking member Garamendi for his partnership. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, who is the ranking member on the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the bipartisan efforts of Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith to pass this year's NDAA. The base bill before us today represents a strong bipartisan accomplishment that was crafted and passed out of committee with a 58-1 vote. I commend Mr. Rogers and Mr. Smith for their skillful, balanced approach, ensuring a bipartisan outcome from committee markup. Today, that is the clear path forward for this bill, and I urge my colleagues to focus on germane amendments that expand our national defense capabilities and readiness, not divisive partisan poison pills that distract from the mission of the NDAA, which is to provide a common defense. Mr. Speaker, Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution mandates that Congress, quote, shall provide and maintain a Navy. The Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee's work clearly meets that mandate. Our mark makes clear that our maritime nation will maintain its role as the most formidable sea power in the world. It authorizes procurement of 10 Battle Force ships, building on the steady investment in shipbuilding that this subcommittee has consistently authorized in prior years, and places a strong emphasis on maintaining superiority of our undersea fleet. Specifically, our mark authorizes $16.5 billion for submarine procurement, fully funding the Columbia and Virginia class programs with an additional $743 million investment in the workforce and supply chain of our national submarine industrial base, which, by the way, is growing day by day, picking up the pace of production since the depths of COVID. We also included multi-year procurement authority for the next block of Virginia-class submarines, totaling 13 submarines in the next 5-year contract. This sends a clear signal to U.S. industry to increase our production cadence above 2 submarines per year to bolster our Navy's inventory, as well as supporting the trilateral AUKUS agreement. That historic measure's centerpiece calls for the U.S. to assist the recapitalization of Australia's undersea fleet with conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines, including the sale of 3 Virginia-class submarines in the early 2030s. Adopting this measure is a healthy, serious signal of commitment to AUKUS as our other committees in Congress begin their work to act on the legislative framework necessary to execute that program. This bill also requires Navy to complete the design for a new-build sea-lift vessel program of 10 ships, which will be modeled after a cost-effective commercial practice now happening in real time at the Philly shipyard to boost domestic shipbuilding right here in the United States. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the subcommittee, particularly Chairman Trent Kelly, who has been an outstanding leader of this panel and a great friend. I commend him for his bipartisan approach in his first year as chair, and that all the members have appreciated. I also want to thank the outstanding staff, Phil McNaughton, Ian Bennett, Kyle Noyes, Kelly Goggin, and Ethan Pellessier, all who have worked so hard on this bill to getting us here today. I urge my colleagues to join me in working to keep this bill true to the bipartisan spirit that the House Armed Services Committee showed in passing a strong defense authorization bill and reject extreme amendments that threaten its passage. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Indiana, the chairman of the Military Personnel Subcommittee, Mr. Banks.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and thank you for your incredible leadership in doing everything that you can to support our troops and to keep America safe and secure. And that's why I stand here, Mr. Speaker, before you today in strong support of this bipartisan defense bill that was voted out of committee just less than 3 weeks ago. This bill includes member priorities focused on taking care of our service members and their families to ensure that they are prepared to carry out without distraction any mission that they are called upon to execute. The NDAA continues to support and improve the lives of those who sacrifice for our country on a daily basis by supporting a military basic pay raise of 5.2%, authorizing a budgetary change to reduce the 5% out-of-pocket housing cost for our service members, and excluding the housing allowance from household income for the purposes of eligibility for basic needs allowance. This bill authorizes the establishment of the Space National Guard and sets a new personnel management benchmark with the creation of an innovative personnel management system for the Space Force. The NDAA also formalizes policy that all military accessions, assignments, selections, or promotions must adhere to merit-based principles, and that none may be based on favoritism, nepotism, or quotas, and definitely not politics. Mr. Speaker, this is an outstanding bipartisan bill dedicated to our service members, their families, and retirees, and gives them the tools and support they need and deserve and have earned to execute our nation's security strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, who is the ranking member, or is the vice ranking member of the full committee.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of the NDAA as it was reported out of committee under the strong bipartisan leadership of Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith. I proudly served 2 combat tours in Iraq and sadly and personally know the human cost of conflict. The landscape we face is as serious as ever, from a land war in Europe to the significant threats from China. And this body has a crucial decision in front of us, one that will have ramifications for my 2 young boys and for many generations of Americans to come. Will we choose to be patriots, continuing the 60-plus year precedent of coming together in a bipartisan manner as Americans to keep our nation safe? Or will we give in and give up, ceding the ground of our democracy to a small group of extremists willing to hijack our nation's security for their own narrow, selfish political gain? So many of the foundational challenges our military faces, from declining trust in the institution to significant recruiting challenges for all of our services, can and must be directly attributed to this introduction of inherently partisan, divisive rhetoric into what should be a sober and bipartisan discussion. If I hear one more colleague, especially one who never served a day in uniform, use the W word, which I won't use here on the floor, yet then struggle to define what the heck they even mean by it, I'm going to lose it. Every time I hear that, I think about the faces of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians currently in harm's way as we speak. I think about the 4,000 young cadets I have the privilege of representing at West Point. I've only been here a little less than a year, but in my time, I've never had a single military family, veteran, or service member ever bring up this issue. 0 times, never. What they do bring up over and over, our veterans and military families, is they are proud of their service that they've done and the service they're doing. They're proud of our military today, they're proud of our work to make it better, and they're proud of our country. And it's our job to remind them here in Congress that we are proud of them and that we'll have their backs. Our men and women in uniform deserve that 5.2% pay raise. Our female service members deserve access to quality reproductive health care. Our diverse force, critical to solving diverse problems, deserves to be welcomed into our ranks. And these men and women in uniform deserve Senate-confirmed senior leaders, something that one of these extremists is currently standing in the way of. We must rise above this division. We must come together as a Congress, as Americans, as patriots to do the right thing. And I trust that we will ultimately do so. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I inquire as to how much time each side has remaining?
And Alabama has 12 minutes. Gentleman from Washington has 8.5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, the NDAA is one of the most important bills that comes before Congress. Not only does this NDAA ensure that we have the weapons, systems, and equipment our service members need, it makes a needed course correction to restore the military's focus to fighting and winning wars. Provisions I authored scale back the administration's woke agenda, prohibit funds for ESG, and restore the apolitical nature of the attending physician to Congress. This year's NDAA also keeps the 13th Congressional District at the heart of supporting our military. The NDAA revitalizes the pilot training mission at Sheppard Air Force Base and accelerates the T-7 Red Hawk program. It provides funding for massive infrastructure improvements in the Pantex plant in Amarillo and supports Bell Helicopter's development of the new V-280 aircraft. Last, I want to give a special thanks to my defense fellow, Nate Langley, for his outstanding work in my office throughout this year. Nate is a rising star in the Air Force and has an extremely bright future in our military. Mr. Speaker, with that, I conclude and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this NDAA, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague, Mr. Matt Gaetz.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for their model of good work and focus on our military. I would speak now to any House conservatives who have apprehension about voting for the NDAA. If you vote against this NDAA or the rule authorizing it, you are voting to continue critical race theory in our military. If you vote against the NDAA, you are voting for the continued embrace of DEI in the military. If you vote against the NDAA, you are voting to keep the Chief Diversity Officer at the Department of Defense, and you are voting to continue some of the strangest radical gender ideology that we have observed, whether it's the trans ambassadors or the drag shows intended for children that have been held on military bases. This NDAA showcases a bold embrace of the technologies that the United States will need to hold the high ground. Whether that is hypersonics, whether that is AI, this NDAA moves us away from older legacy systems that have been protected by political patronage and instead ensures that we're making the investments to vanquish every foe every time it is absolutely necessary to preserve America's interests. So if you don't want your children and grandchildren one day having to speak Mandarin as some purple-haired, genderless ideologue at the Department of Defense raises the white flag of surrender, I would suggest voting for this bill, and I'm grateful for all who have made that decision. I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I'd now like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and ranking member, for the hard work putting this NDAA together. I rise today in support of the National Defense Authorization Act because I am deeply, deeply concerned about the current direction of our military. We are at a critical juncture in our nation's history. This unclassified chart you see here shows the threat of Communist China Party. They're in red, we're in blue. It is a sad story. They are outpacing us at every aspect in the military. With escalating tensions in the Indo-Pacific, China's blatant threats against Taiwan, and our military recruitment falling here in the U.S., we face significant challenges. We came to Washington because we believe in America. We believe in a brighter future for our children, and we believe that we are the greatest country on earth. But our military is being weakened from within. The woke ideologies are killing confidence, killing motivation, killing recruitment, and the excellence of our military. These woke policies of diversity, equity, and inclusion, critical race theory, must stop. The enemy does not care the color of the skin of our service members and does not care what pronoun they use. We must make changes, and the NDAA starts those changes. And it starts with leaders willing to take a stand.
Gentleman's time
And once again, I urge all of my colleagues to support the NDAA. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I continue to reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Georgia, a freshman member of the committee who's doing an outstanding job, Mr. McCormick.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I applaud Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith and the House Armed Services Committee and its staff for crafting the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. This was not an easy process, but even as a freshman member of the committee and as a veteran of over 20 years, I always felt my voice was heard as well as my colleagues, and that we were heard and considered. This NDAA secures the future of our military and our nation. It makes critical investments to improve the lives of our service members and give our warfighters the tools they need to meet tomorrow's needs. H.R. 2670 also combats another concerning trend, which is on the mind of every American, particularly those who serve, the politicization of our military. In the military, we may be different shades of green, but we all bleed red. I'm pleased to support the NDAA that ensures our military is squarely focused on the mission set outlined in the oath of office that my fellow service members and I swore to uphold. Once again, I thank Chairman Rogers for bringing this year's NDAA to fruition. I urge my colleagues to vote for a bipartisan piece of legislation. I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I continue to reserve unless do you have any more?
I'm ready to close.
You're ready to close? Mm-hmm. Okay. Then I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I think we've heard during the course of this debate exactly why this is such an important bill and why it's such a good bill and the effort that went into the process. You've heard a bipartisan group of people and people wide-ranging on the political spectrum from left to right describe the process that we go through to produce this product and why it is so important that we pass it. We face a very complex threat environment. Now, I happen to be of the opinion that it's not just military strength that's going to help us negotiate that threat environment. For one thing, I very much applaud the Biden administration opening up high-level discussions with China. We need diplomacy, we need development, we need partners and allies throughout the globe, but we absolutely also need a credible deterrent to deal with China and Russia, and also, by the way, Iran and North Korea, as well as various other transnational threats. And we're doing this, I think, in a responsible way, and we've put together a good bill that will continue to support that process going forward. And again, I want to emphasize what Representative Gallagher, very articulately said. This is how this process is supposed to work. This is why we are effective members of Congress. It is an example of how this body should function, and we need more examples of that. We need to pass this bill to continue that process. It is regular order, working it through the committee, giving everybody a voice, having debates, winning some, losing some. I don't think there's ever been an NDAA that was everything that any one person wanted. Republicans liked a lot of things in it, didn't like others. Democrats liked a lot of things in it, didn't like others. That's what we've put together here. And the issue that is holding us up at the moment is around the issue of, well, basically recruitment and diversity. And what I hope folks understand, what the Pentagon is trying to do is they are trying to effectively recruit from across the country. What a minority of the majority party wants to do is to torpedo this entire bill to push a radical anti-diversity agenda. We need to recruit everybody, and we haven't always had the best record on this. The reason there is a diversity, equity, inclusion portion in the military is they recognize it is necessary to be able to effectively recruit within certain groups of people who have been historically discriminated against and marginalized. Just to give you one of the most blatant examples, Don't Ask, Don't Tell basically barred gay people from serving within the military. And 13 years ago, we repealed that to allow gay people to serve openly in the military. Every single Republican voted against that bill because of that issue. because we were allowing gay people to serve in the military. Well, as we look at our needs right now in recruitment and retention, can anyone credibly say that we would be better off if we barred gay people from serving in the military? And that didn't happen by accident. We actually affirmatively went out and recruited. Same for trans people. We've had multiple efforts to ban them from serving in the military. That doesn't help us. It, in fact, undermines us. We have had a long history of it being very difficult for women to integrate in the military. And I hate to keep citing the story, but hearing the one woman who serves in our committee talk about her experience, that it was okay because she just knew that she had to work twice as hard as the men in order to succeed, illustrates the problem. We have, by and large, done a decent job of recruiting people of color, particularly black people. But when you look at the leadership in our military, it is very, very white. So if you are a person of color, if you are a woman, if you are gay, if you are trans, and you're thinking about joining the military, can anyone credibly say that it isn't a legitimate question to say, well, okay, but am I going to get a fair shot? Am I going to be rewarded for my efforts? Am I going to be promoted when I do a good job? Am I going to face discrimination and bigotry? So for the Department of Defense to spend at least a little bit of time going out in those communities and saying, we hear you, and we are going to give you a fair shot. We're not going to discriminate against you. We're going to have conversations about this. Certain members of the other side lose their damn minds at the concept of that conversation even happening. They want to pretend like that sort of bigotry doesn't exist. So we're like making it up, and why are we worrying about it? Well, if it didn't exist, it wouldn't be a problem. I will grant them that. But again, the idea, the history is right there. It needs to be addressed if we are going to recruit and retain. We are an increasingly diverse country. Do we really want to take huge chunks of that country and say, we're not going to use your talents? We're going to put those resources on the side, and we're not going to bring them forward. Now, as I said in the Rules Committee, bad DEI programs are bad DEI programs. And I'm sure it happens. I haven't seen a program that doesn't have some examples of working well and some examples of not working well. And if we want to regulate that, if we want to say, look, you're doing this, we don't think you're doing that right, let's talk about it. That could be a conversation we could have. But the conversation that we are engaged in, and as Mr. Gates pointed out, there are provisions in this bill that, frankly, I don't like, that restrict some of this already. Not fond of those. But that isn't enough for the radical right-wing MAGA Republicans. They want to kill this bill because it doesn't discriminate enough against people in this country. And that is just absurd. This is a good, strong bill. It should go forward on its own merits, regardless of where you come down on that debate. But to say that we need to kill this good, strong bill because it needs to be more discriminatory against people is something that I would hope that the overwhelming majority of this body would reject. Now, let me just close by saying we've got 5 en bloc amendments here, a whole lot of good things in there. And once we get through those 5 en bloc amendments, we have a very strong bill, which will be bipartisan admitted. If we were to go right from the end of that debate, put that bill up for final passage, it would get at least 350 votes. An overwhelmingly bipartisan, strongly supported bill that the majority at the moment is refusing to allow us to have a vote on as they try to negotiate with that extreme agenda that I just discussed. And okay, you want to debate with them, you want to talk to them, that's fine. But at the end of that process, I would hope that we would have the courage to say, yeah, we hear you, you don't like it, vote no. That's a democracy, okay? Vote no. Vote no, send out your press releases, do your little Facebook thing, you'll raise a lot of money, we'll pass a bill, we'll take care of the country, you'll get on TV a lot, you'll raise a lot of money, everybody's happy. I don't see why we can't get to that conclusion. And that is the real worrisome thing here. They don't just support their agenda. The one agenda they don't support is democracy. Is the idea that people ought to have a vote, and if you lose, you lose. Nah, if they lose, they're going to tear this place down, and they're going to take everybody they can with them. And gosh, I hope we don't let them do that. I hope we find a way to pass this bill and work our way through the process, and for the 63rd consecutive year, pass a National Defense Authorization Act that supports the men and women of our military and shows that democracy works just fine, and we ought to continue to support it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized to close.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such times I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The ranking member did a great job of outlining how important this bill is and emphasizing the fact that we don't all agree with what's in this bill. It is a compromise process. We are in an institution where we have divided government. Neither side is going to get everything they like. I represent a rural, very conservative district. If all I had to worry about was my perspective, this bill would look a lot different. But I'm not the only person that gets to say so. We have a history, and a very proud history in this body, of finding a way for 62 consecutive years to come together, no matter which party's in control of the White House, no matter which party's in control of the House or Senate, to find a way to put our men and women in uniform ahead of everything else and get a National Defense Authorization Bill passed. Our committee demonstrated once again this year with a 58-1 vote that priority is still the priority. I'm very proud of this bill. It is not everything I like. I hope that, in fact, once we finish this amendment process, it looks a lot like it does right now, because the ranking member is correct. If this bill were put on the floor for a vote today, it would get much more than 350 votes, in my opinion. So I'm proud of it. I do want to take a minute to thank our staff. I can't overstate how much work has gone into this process. As the ranking member mentioned, we had over 12 or 1,300 amendments filed in committee. We had, I believe, over 1,400 filed here for the floor. The staff has done an incredible job over recent months to get us to where we are. They continue to work in a great bipartisan fashion to advance this product. The Rules Committee has been very helpful to work with, and I appreciate all of these individuals and what they do for our country. This is a good bill. I urge members to vote for it, and with that, I yield back.
All time for the general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Armed Services, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-10, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-141, is adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment of the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-141 and amendments in block described in Section 3 of House Resolution 582. Pursuant to Section 5 of House Resolution 582, it shall not be in order to consider amendment number 60 printed in Part B of House Report 118-141. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments in block consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments in block shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 40 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand or division of the question. For division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 582, I offer amendments in block.
The clerk will designate the amendments in block.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-141, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 582, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington Mr. Smith. Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Chair recognizes the
Thank you,
gentleman.
Chairman. We don't have any speakers. I'm very pleased to dispose of this quickly. If you'd like, I would just say I think it is an outstanding amendment, and we ought to vote for it.
Speakers that aren't here, so I'm ready to move on too. I appreciate the ranking member. He has done a great job. He's been a great partner in this process, and I can't overstate how highly I think of him. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I encourage my colleagues to support the en bloc package and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H-Res 582, I offer amendments en bloc.
Clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 57, 58, 59, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, and 114. Printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-141, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 582, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes.
Thank you. I understand we have one speaker on the way, but they can catch the next one. I will reserve for now. You too.
Gentleman reserves. Yeah. Chair recognizes gentleman from Alabama.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the NDAA is laser focused on one thing: national security. It shuts down woke programs and protects America's men and women in uniform. Since 2021, the DoD has spent $47 million per year to store and secure unused southern border wall construction material. It's shameful to waste over $300 million just to prove a point. This spring, I went to the border and saw miles worth of border wall material rusting on the ground. During the NDAA markup, I championed a provision that directs the Secretary of Defense to submit a plan to use, transfer, or donate unused border wall material to border states. My amendment, number 1495, expedites the plan's due date and mandates its execution. This saves taxpayer funds and keeps the DoD on mission. I'm proud to have worked with this effort with SASC ranking member Roger Wicker, and I thank HASC Chairman Mike Rogers for his support. Together, we will make sure the DoD spends its money wisely and provides for its service members and installations like Redstone Arsenal in North Alabama and Huntsville, Alabama. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
From Alabama reserves, gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would inquire, do you have more speakers? Okay, I will continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman of the committee and the ranking member for their strong work in crafting this National Defense Authorization Bill. I'm always proud to support the defense of this nation and the airmen and women at Little Rock Air Force Base and the members of the Arkansas National Guard. This legislation comes at an important time and protects us and our allied interests from a rapidly expanding China and from increasing Iranian and Russian influence in the Middle East. While we continue our focus on Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, countering the Chinese communists, we must not lose focus on our strategic interests and our allies in the Middle East and our continued fight against a toxic mix of radical ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Shia militia that are threatening the communities of the Gulf and our military assets. I'm delighted that my amendment countering the Iranian assaults on our military was ruled in order. I thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for this important work on this legislation and our 63rd annual successful year in supporting our military strategy and our troops, and I yield back to the chairman the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to once again urge support for this en bloc amendment and thank the Rules Committee for putting it together. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the en bloc package and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRS 582, I offer en bloc amendments.
Clerk will read the amendments. Designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, and 173. Printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-141, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 582, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers. Do you have any? I will reserve my time.
And recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
This looks slower than usual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and friend and to all the members of the Armed Services Committee for allowing me to encourage my colleagues to support Amendment 723 and 731 of the NDAA. Amendment 723 offers whistleblower protections in investigations considering evidence. We certainly want to protect those who are courageous enough to come forward, including preventing undue, adverse, and retaliatory personnel actions by their employers within DOD. Amendment 731 is the bereavement for all amendment. This common sense, plain and simple amendment will add the definition of family members in bereavement policies to include non-biological family members such as foster and adopted children. Again, this is common sense and goes to just keeping families together at a very time of need. We do not want families in a situation where they lost a loved one and they're not allowed to leave because they're not a blood child. It is my hope that my colleagues support both amendments that afford our service members and civilians the same protections and rights that we would want in their positions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. Does the ranking member?
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no additional speakers either, so once again, I'll urge support for the en bloc amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Likewise, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote for the en bloc amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 582, I offer amendments in block.
The clerk will designate the amendments in block.
On block number 4, consisting of amendments numbered 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, and 235, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-141, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 582, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers, so I will just encourage my colleagues to support the en bloc package, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have no speakers, so urge adoption of the en bloc amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments in block offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to H.Res. 582, I have amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments in block.
On block number 5, consisting of amendments numbered 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, and 290, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-141, offered by Mr. Rogers of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 582, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Alabama, outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Strong.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from Alabama does not seek recognition. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee. Oh, does Ralph want to speak? I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to honor one of the greatest heroes our country has ever seen in combat, Major James Capers from Lee County, South Carolina. Many may not know the story of Major Capers, but his heroic actions during the Vietnam War led him to become the first black Marine officer nominated for the Medal of Honor, where he ultimately received the Silver Star. He is not only a hero because of his service in the Marine Corps, but also his unwavering service in the Special Operations community. Born in Bishopville, South Carolina during the era of Jim Crow, Major Capers willingly enlisted in the military to serve a nation that did not always have his best interests at heart. That in itself is heroism. After his enlistment, Major Capers soon was selected to join the elite Recon Marine Unit, where he excelled. He became the first African American to get a battlefield commission in the Marine Corps Force Recon and was promoted from Staff Sergeant to Second Lieutenant, giving him control over the unit. He is a natural leader. He is a father figure to Team Broad-Minded, which is a specialized group of Special Recon Marines. Capers and Team Broad-Minded were routinely selected to go to the most dangerous and clandestine missions in Vietnam. Serving in 5 major campaigns in Vietnam, Major Capers' missions included a POW rescue ordered by President Johnson, an amphibious assaults in the DMZ, recovery of a B-57 rumored to have nuclear bombs, and a search and destroy parole in Footlock. Team Broad-Minded conducted these covert missions and countless more, many of which nearly took the life of Major Capers. In the fall of 1967, still recovering from combat injuries, Major Capers was selected to represent the United States Marines in a national recruiting campaign. A trailblazer for African Americans in the Marine Corps, Major Capers' image, his picture, became the Marine Corps' most popular recruiting campaign. Sadly, Mr. Capers lost his wife and son to cancer, both of whom are buried in Arlington National Cemetery. He still regularly receives visits from his fellow soldiers and other young Marines and has served as a mentor for decades in the Marine Special Forces community. Major Capers, he's soft-spoken. His recommendations offer an inspiring view of heroism and self-sacrifice. He was nominated for the Medal of Honor. He has been awarded the Silver Star, 2 Bronze Stars, and 3 Purple Hearts. Major Capers exemplifies what it truly means to be a hero. It's not the medals, but someone who stares adversity in its face and is willing to sacrifice his own life for those of himself and the brothers next to him. It is my hope that every person of future generations can see and hear the story and be willing to do what he has done, which is to be a hero. For these reasons, I have offered 2 amendments in this NDAA. The first would authorize the President to award Major James Capers, Jr. the Medal of Honor for his acts of valor as a member of the Marine Corps during the Vietnam War. And finally, the second amendment would establish that in its sense of Congress, that the Secretary of Navy shall name a vessel of the United States Navy the USS Major James Capers, Jr. It is my honor and privilege to recognize a true American hero, Major James Capers. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to yield 1 minute to my friend from Tennessee, Mr. John Rose.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my 3 amendments to the fiscal year 2024 NDAA that are included in en bloc number 4. My first amendment adds as a sense of Congress that the MQ-9 Reaper drone should be utilized to the greatest extent possible in the Indo-Pacific. I am proud to represent the 118th Wing of the Tennessee National Guard, which operates the MQ-9. With investments, the MQ-9 drone has the potential to provide many more years of service to this country. My second amendment highlights the importance of our service branches coordinating as closely as possible in the Indo-Pacific in order to meet the challenges of the region. And finally, my last amendment in en bloc 4 would prohibit the Department of Defense's Office of Strategic Capital from investing or facilitating investments in Chinese-owned firms. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my amendments. And then, Mr. Chair, I also rise in support of Amendment 71, submitted by Representative Byron Donalds of Florida. Amendment 71 incorporates the text of H.R. 1009, the National Strategy to Utilize Microreactors for Natural Disaster Response Efforts Act. Microreactors are a game-changing technology. These relatively small nuclear reactors have the potential to provide clean energy in a variety of circumstances. One possibility is to utilize microreactors to replace diesel generators during natural disaster response efforts. Amendment 71 directs the President to develop a national strategy to utilize microreactors to assist with the national disaster response efforts. Replacing diesel generators with clean microreactors during disaster response efforts will be much better for the environment, and I hope that by passing this amendment, we will be closer to that goal. I urge members to support these amendments and greater investment in microreactor technology, and I urge adoption of this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. In proposing the last service member standing medal, I have the privilege and responsibility to share the story of the late, great American soldier, Sergeant John Eade of Toledo, Ohio. In 1965, at age 21, he deployed to Ladrang Valley, Vietnam, as fire team leader in 2nd Platoon, Alpha Company, 2nd Battalion, 7th Air Cavalry Regiment. On November 14th, the single deadliest day for American forces of the war, Sergeant Eade and his team became pinned down by the Viet Cong due to terrible intelligence. By the end of that bloody day and night, he was the only surviving member of his platoon, sustaining shrapnel wounds to his legs, struck by napalm, and shot in the shoulder, abdomen, having been wounded by grenades that affected his walking the rest of his life, and his face terribly wounded, resulting in the loss of his eye, injuries that he dealt with his entire life. But he refused to withdraw, repeatedly exposing himself to the onslaught to hold the southwestern flank. Regrettably, the Department of Defense has yet to appropriately honor his valor and those of other soldiers who gave everything to this country with the Distinguished Service Cross, because there were no witnesses to attest to his sheer heroism. I urge my colleagues to support a last service member standing medal that would recognize not just Sergeant Eade, but all other of America's greatest soldiers who continue to fight for their country against enemy forces, even as every one of their squad mates gave their lives. Please support the last service member standing award. I yield back and am very grateful for the time allowed today.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to recognize a friend and colleague from Florida delegation, Mr. Donalds, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. It's not often that the NDAA includes various provisions on advanced nuclear, and however, these times are changing. The U.S. military is interested in advanced nuclear reactors to provide clean baseload power for energy operations. Hence why I offered an amendment that expresses the support for the Project Pele, a DoD program to develop and deploy a portable nuclear microreactor, which will ultimately bolster American national security. Additionally, one of my amendments calls for the development of a strategy to deploy microreactors for natural disaster response. Representing Florida's 19th district that was hit by Hurricane Ian, we do know that devastation can occur when you need to access power quickly. These microreactors can help areas do that. Moreover, one of my amendments addresses the potential for the U.S. Space Force to utilize nuclear-powered space vehicles and other evaluates Americans' national security risks associated with Chinese and Russian interests in space. Congress must recognize the importance of the U.S. military interest in this innovative technology, and I urge my colleagues to support these 6 amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I have no further speakers. And are you prepared to close, or do you have?
I've got another speaker.
Okay, I reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to recognize another outstanding member of the Florida congressional delegation, Ms. Kamek, for 1 minute.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, number 44, which is included in N Block number 1. This amendment aims to establish a working group that will explore the potential applications of blockchain technology, smart contracts, and a distributed ledger technology to enhance efficiencies and functions within the DoD. While blockchain technology is a relatively recent innovation, it has already proven its value in both private and public organizations, enabling cost reductions, supply chain optimization, improved traceability efforts, and so much more. DoD can benefit from numerous applications where blockchain or distributed ledger technology can save both time and money. The proposed working group will consist of officials within the DoD, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, relevant private sector entities, and academic institutions. By assembling this working group, the DoD will initiate the evaluation of how blockchain, smart contracts, or distributed distributed ledger technologies can be effectively utilized to ultimately yield taxpayer savings. I want to thank Chairman Rogers for his work on the underlying bill, and I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I continue to reserve, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I now like to recognize the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the en bloc amendment number 2, but I would also like to thank Chairman Rogers for including this proposal and many others to amend the provision related to former military land in Culebra, which is an island in the archipelago of Puerto Rico, and an island municipality to the east of the island. In the Military Construction Authorization Act of 1974, some of these lands were transferred for recreational and nature reserve uses. However, this amendment would allow agencies like the Army Corps of Engineers the flexibility to determine and execute environmental cleaning efforts in the island and Culebra to fulfill those recreational and natural reserve uses when it's needed. So I urge the House to support the amendment and the en bloc package, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I continue to reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now would like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment to the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, which addresses the shocking rise in child sexual abuse and exploitation in the United States and around the world. Last year, there were over 32 million reports of online child sexual abuse material, an 89% increase since 2019. The Pentagon's Combating Trafficking in Persons Office coordinates vital programs to prevent human trafficking, bring perpetrators to justice, and to protect victims. My amendment will direct this office to analyze ways that the department can better combat child sexual abuse and to recommend educational programs for service members to identify and report exploitation, both online and offline, to law enforcement. I thank the chair and the ranking member for their hard work on this legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support this common sense bipartisan amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I have no further speakers at this point. Would once again urge adoption of this time on block package number 5 and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back.
Likewise, I have no additional speakers, and I would like to encourage support of the en bloc package, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments in block offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The chair, the ayes have it. Pursuant to Clause 6, what purpose does the gentleman yield?
Request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee now do rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 2670, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 2670 and has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Priests and pastors have guided our troops through the darkest days of our toughest battles, and it's imperative that Congress continues to support and defend religious liberty of our brave servicemen and women. This year on Easter weekend, the Biden administration kicked Catholic priests out of Walter Reed National Military Medical Center through a cease and desist order. In response to this attack on our service members and their religious liberty rights, I had the honor of leading my colleagues in the House in sending a letter to Biden's Department of Defense demanding answers and accountability. The Defense Department claims that they are looking into why pastoral care was removed from Walter Reed during Holy Week. But Congress must demand that they correct this wrongdoing to ensure that this never happens again. We must safeguard religious liberty for our troops by ensuring pastoral care at Department of Defense medical facilities. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without
extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate July as Transit Bus Month for the Federal Transit Administration. Every day, Americans use buses to travel around their communities. And thanks to the Biden administration, now they will be cleaner and more efficient. The bipartisan infrastructure law includes $1.7 billion to improve bus transit across the country. And it will fund 1,800 zero-emission buses to increase efficiency and decrease pollution. In July, the FTA is highlighting examples of how this law is helping Americans. One example is the $47 million grant I helped secure for New Jersey Transit. This grant will install charging equipment for electric buses and modernize the Hilton Bus Garage in Maplewood, New Jersey. And it will help New Jersey Transit use 100 new electric buses more efficiently throughout my district. It is part of my commitment to help New Jersey achieve a zero-emission bus fleet by 2040 and reduce pollution for safer communities across the state. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Robert Bobby Smith, a close friend of mine who was tragically killed in an airplane crash. I knew Bobby well. In fact, he was my pilot for many years. He also flew for my predecessor, Congressman Jack Kingston. Bobby's greatest passion was always aviation, and he also served as the chief flight instructor for Midcoast Aviation, where he provided flight education for the VA and later served as the vice chairman of the Reidsville Airport Authority Board. Since 2012, Bobby volunteered as an Angel Flight pilot, arranging and piloting free flights for families in need of travel to and from healthcare services. His generosity, his kindness, and willingness to help others through his passion for flight was unparalleled. I'm deeply saddened by the passing of my friend, but I know his legacy will live on for generations to come. Thank you, Bobby.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that, I make a motion that the House do adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.